Fire for your mind. The kosher clinician.
Okay, yeah, to the comment on men. In this day and age, I know you talk a lot about going to Thailand, that one Zoom to Thailand. Mm-hmm. I think we just we just weren't. I think I don't know, because I mean I just it's going to take a lot of work. I know it's going to take a lot of work, and it's going to take a lot of reprogramming and a lot of humility.
Fire for your mind. The kosher clinician.
Remember those days, those L's, I couldn't sleep right now. I get paid, vacay, I'm staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need that energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me. When the truth don't work, you start telling lies. Thought you were down to ride, you weren't down to ride. Caught switching, you were picking sides. Don't blink, caught slipping like a slip and slide. I was shooting dice till I got a nosebleed. Money on the floor, can't get cold feet. Took a L, should've put it in the offering. Lord, forgive me for my sins, don't know of me. Scary thoughts, I got scary thoughts. Lost control, now I'm taking charge. Breaking bills, friends breaking off. You could be the youngest, I'm the dawn. Kiss the ring, nah. In the scene like GOT. Stay awake, don't sleep. Like Jon Snow, get R.I.P. Remember those days, those L's, I couldn't sleep right now. I get paid, vacay, I'm staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need that energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me. Just me, myself, and I'm my favorite threesome. The cars I drive by, I never lease them. They say if you can't beat them, then you join them. That's no option, I don't join, I always beat them. I was faking, had to find me. Now I'm on beat, skating like I'm grinding. L hit me, said it's all about the timing. If you want the vision, get to spinning. My mama told me trust in God, it's never limits. Now I'm on the scoreboard, running up the digits. I put in work, you know I'm up to get it. Early bird gets the worm and the Yankee fitted. Like whoa, bags under my eyes and you know. Won't complain, I'm tired, I'm on go. For that grip, 10 toes till they swole. For that grip, 10 toes till they swole. Remember those days, those L's, I couldn't sleep right now. I get paid, vacay, I'm staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need that energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me. I was starving, now I'm eating till my belly full. From up north, we get cold, you need a heavy coat. Scared to end up on the shirt before it's centerfold. Devil on my back, target on me, belly too. Play the keys, don't tweet. It's not peace, don't speak. 24, no sleep. This is real, no tweet. My bros for life, can't break this link. Family on my side, baby stay around me. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want this. I'm all in my ass way, I'm a wreck. I've been moving like a hot mess. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want this. I'm all in my ass way, I'm a wreck. I've been moving like a hot mess. Want that combo, better know you'll need a check from me. Can pay to play the sun and still won't get a cent from me. I mix the fit up with the sound like it's a remedy. I mix it up inside the pot, watch it drip while it drop. Time to take it to the top. Chips all in the middle like it fall, no I won't flop. We gon' pop like a soda can top. To me this is nothing, call my bluff and I won't stop when I flex. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I want the checks, yeah. I don't want the second, I want best. I want best, yeah. By any means, that's a triple threat. A triple threat. That ass is getting bigger, I might flex. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want best. it drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finished friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep, these no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a beat, bro. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. Neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip. Neighborhood be the name, neighborhood no crib. Neighborhood that's me, neighborhood that's Nick. Neighborhood do the dance, neighborhood do the deal. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, don't no say. Okay, this the new, tell them read it. Been the one since the fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. They know, 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 they know. Tunnel vision when I hit the holly. Working on that cause my mind is on an island. Told my babies I'll be homeless, so don't stay up. Breaks my heart to see them sad, so I won't wait up. Need it all that's mine, I need it now. I lost my patience the same week I lost my smile. My baby pressed me, said I'm acting like a child. I took some L's, can lie, that really brought me down. I'm so antisocial, but I guess it's type selective. Swear I'll make a change, but for now I just can't help it. Only trusting God in these cars that I've been dealt with. I'ma do my job, time to grind, time to know. They know, 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 they know. Pedal to the metal, they know. Gone and I won't let up, they know. I'm not so I'm fed up, they know. Stay for the record, they know. They know, they know, they know. Yeah, they know. Pedal to the metal, they know. I'm not so I'm fed up, they know. Why you never sign? You sign when you go live. Stuck inside that bubble, never ever go outside. You don't know you know computers, you're a tech guy. Back against a wall, you gon' fall and you gon' ride. I feel the pressure, foot to the pedal. My dogs, they fed up, my squad won't let up. Those sneakers CDG, hot on step on. My money yoga, the weight is stretch on. I change locations to change the weather. Know when that rain come, got my umbrella. And when my day come, my name gon' stay up. Yeah, I know, I know, I know. Pedal to the metal, they know. Gone and I won't let up, they know. I'm not so I'm fed up, they know. Say it for the record, they know. They know, they know, they know. Yeah, they know. Pedal to the metal, they know. I'm not so I'm fed up, they know.
These are the antecedents that often come before men take changes in their lives. But in modern times, something has happened to the point that many men feel that in the West, that there's only a remnant of women that meet their needs and expectations as men. And because of this, and the remnant that exists, many men feel that there is a dating and a marriage apocalypse. Is there a dating and marriage apocalypse in the West to the point that men have to travel abroad and to entertain more traditional women that are found in countries like Thailand, featured by my dear friend Richie Mack? Sit back, relax, and enjoy this show as I bring it to you live from the greatest state in the Union, the Tar Heel State. And I need you guys to remember this, as there are 7 steps to male optimization. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. We will be exploring from the commentaries of content creators like I Am Shalalemia Moffat, Chantelle Simone, Ameera the Exalted Lioness, and also the fervor Richie Mack zoomed to Thailand as we see a comparative analysis behind what Will Glasser always talked about with choice theory and men choosing to find better options because they feel that the level of traditional women are not suitable here in America. Tune in live as we explore this classic inquiry on tonight.
All right, we're about to sound off. And because I'm the kosher clinician, I'm going to drop some fire for your mind.
Fire!
I'm going to drop that kosher fire for your mind, guys.
The kosher.
This show is going to be the culmination of shows that are more or less pointing to the evidence that I've more or less gathered, because in the clinical world, guys, we call it collaborative empiricism. Collaborative empiricism basically means in the clinical world is to examine the evidence. And based on the evidence, there appears to be a partition, but also a percentage of men, brothers, black and white, black men and white men, Western men that are getting tired of the current shenanigans in this current milieu called America. And because of that, guys, many men are beginning to examine the evidence and saying that the juice is not worth the squeeze. I told you guys that needs drive behaviors. Needs drive behaviors. And when a man is not getting his needs met on a consistent basis, something happens on or within the inside that could cause an implosion. And see, you guys are beginning to see it with the Will Smith fiasco. You guys have seen it with other men, Tory Lanez and what's the other guy's name? T.I. And you guys are beginning to see a panoramic view of what men are dealing with. Now watch this. Some say that, Will Smith is not a simp. And to some degree, he is and he isn't. Will Smith is an unconscious simp. And according to the law, when you're pulled over, they say that ignorance is not an excuse for not knowing the law. Now watch this. Do I feel sorry for Will Smith? Yes, I do feel sorry for him, because Will Smith doesn't know any better. But because you guys have been listening to the kosher clinician, since you know better, then you will do better. An unconscious simp simply means a man that's supplementing irrational male patterns. It means to supplement irrational male patterns. And many modern men, guys, are beginning to supplement irrational male patterns because they are in relationships where they don't demand anything. Women by nature, as I've said before on several shows in the past, only look up to power and strength. And when a man is not operating in the power of his masculinity because he's not been trained to, or because he lives in a society that does not give him the wherewithal to do it, he becomes a slave to his own ignorance. And that's what's happened to a lot of modern men. But watch this. Patrick Henry was a revolutionist, and he said, give me liberty or give me death. And so many men are either aborting from relationships altogether, or many men are saying that there's no benefit for me to give my best to women do not more or less honor and respect me as a man. And because of this cataclysmic events, guys, it's led to what's called a remnant. It's led to a remnant. And see, in the clinical world, we call it antecedents. Those are the things that happen before the behaviors. So it's called the ABCs to behaviors: antecedents, behaviors, and then the consequences. I'm going to say it again: antecedents, behaviors, and then consequences. When there are antecedents and behaviors and consequences, that means that there was a trigger that caused that behavior. And because triggers, guys, cause that behavior, what guys are saying is that now it's going to be consequences. And sometimes, guys, that consequences can be good or bad. But the consequences, guys, for caustic policies and people not more or less investing in men, especially black men, but all men, is leading to what's called an abandonment of modern relationships. Because as I said in the past, guys, in fair exchange, there is no robbery, gentlemen. There is no robbery in fair exchange. And shout out to my man, Sir Hale Speaks, and everyone in the chat, because I'm gonna drop some fire for your mind tonight. This is gonna be a good one. Because see, guys, I did a show recently, and in that show that I did recently, shout out to Dwayne Brown for that $5 super sticker. Thank you, Dwayne Brown. I appreciate it, brother. He said, God bless you. Thank you, Dwayne Brown. I appreciate it, guys. Let's get this stream popping. Because see, if you believe in the liberation of men and the liberation of masculinity, then you're going to share this content. So to the 19 people that are watching, I need you guys to hit all notifications. Many times there are people that watch the Kosher Clinician. You guys watch, but you have not subscribed. You have not subscribed. You have not more or less hit the subscription button or the notifications button. But I need you guys to do all of that. And also I need you guys to share this content. Share this content to as many like-minded men and women that you can find. I only want you to share it to like-minded men and women, because there's a remnant, guys, of good women that are striving. There's a remnant of good women that are listening and more or less striving to understand what men are saying. But see, so many men feel like I got to go through so much to get to that remnant of women. They're asking themselves, is it worth it? There are good sisters like Shalalemia Moffat, shout out to her. Chantelle Simone, Shay Charday, can't think of the other, Ameera, the Exiled Lioness. Can't think of the other sister's name, Crim Secure. And you know, these women are not perfect women, but they are good women. They're trying, they're striving. They're more or less trying to uncover so that they can recover. They're striving to become better women, not perfect by any means. Just like some of the men that are listening, you guys are not perfect. But see, if Will Smith could have had like-minded men that had given them this game that we're giving tonight for free, then Will Smith would not have went through that negative tunnel or that downward spiral called love. And I told you guys, you never fall in love. You do love within reason, but you never fall in love with most modern women, because most modern women don't have the wherewithal to give you that reciprocity back in return. Are some willing to learn? Yes. But see, every time modern women begin to tell the truth, many times they're called mammies and pygmies, because that's the clarion call. And so just like I blow the shofar in the Hebrew, the shofar, when the Hebrews blow the shofar, that was a sign of warning. That was a sign of impending doom. And that impending doom, gentlemen, has more or less led to a condition where men are beginning to say, give me liberty once again, or give me death. And that's what men are looking for. Shout out to my man Juan for that $10 super sticker. Thank you, Juan, sir. I really appreciate that. And that is a deal, right? I appreciate that, brother Juan. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, sir. Thank you kindly for that $10 super sticker. Thank you, Juan. And, you know, you're right, D. Feminism, Miss Andrew, is what is in this country. You're 1,000% correct. And, D, you're right to the point that it does not more or less aggrandize heteronormative masculinity. It does not more or less fortify what's necessary to help men become the better version of themselves. You know, many times in therapy, guys, people want what's called kumbaya therapy. You know, They don't want therapy that's more or less beneficial to men. They want kumbaya therapy. Shout out to my dear friend Chantelle Simone. Shout out Chantelle Simone. I'm definitely looking forward to this conversation too. And please share this, Chantelle, because we're going to have a powerful show on tonight. We're going to have a powerful show, guys. And shout out to, I call her the Exalted Lion. It's a good young lady, very respectful. She's trying to learn as she traverses through this negative maze called life. Because Chantelle Simone, like many young women, were indoctrinated by liberal policies. And, you know, Chantelle Simone had an Apostle Paul experience. Just like the Apostle Paul, when he was on the road to Damascus, thought that he was doing the will of Yahweh by persecuting the Jews or the Christians. And just like just like the Apostle Paul had a come to Jesus moment, there are a lot of women that are coming to the realization that men are saying that unless I get my needs met, I'm going to check out of modern relationships. And so this is going to have very damaging consequences. Because as I told you guys earlier, there are antecedents that happens. The antecedents are the triggers. There are behaviors that come after those antecedents, and then there are the consequences. Consequences can be good or bad. The antecedents for men putting in time, the antecedents for men putting in work lead to behaviors that's called protecting my ego. And the consequences are that modern men that have their stuff together are saying that if I don't get what I want, and getting what I want looks like a traditional woman, then I'm going to check out. And like Bishop Charles D. Williams said, y'all ain't going to talk to me. Shout out to my man Juan. He said, thank you, an angry man, for tough love. Stay blessed, no doubt, brother. Much love and blessings to you, Juan. I really appreciate that, sir. Thank you, sir. Because, you know, we got to continue to evolve, guys. We got to continue to evolve. And the remnant of women that are left, like the Chantelle Simones, like the Shalalemia Moffats, like the Shay Chardays, like the Crimson Cures, like a bevy of women, you know, those women are beginning to see the negativity that's happening in this negative kaleidoscope called America. And see, guys, you know, when we don't listen to what men say and to what men want, then there are going to be consequences. There are some men that are listening to this program that are good men. You are average men. And, you know, you're saying that I work hard. I went to school. I've tried to better myself. But I can't even get a decent woman because my good is never good enough. And see, I had a show, guys, a couple of days ago, and I had the conversation with a couple of good brothers. They were all educated men, master's degrees, bachelor degrees, and some had certifications. And from that, you know, small sample size or randomized sample size of brethren, I asked them, what do you think is the percentage of women that are wife-worthy and wife-ready? Now watch this. These men, guys, do not more or less inculcate the greater or the broader Americas. But these men are a small sample size of what many men are beginning to say. And many men are beginning to say is that I see no benefit in dealing with many modern women. And because they don't see a benefit, guys, in dealing with many modern women, they're saying that why am I getting in relationships? Now watch this. Does it mean that black men don't love black women? No, black men love black women. But black men don't love the behaviors that's associated with so many modern women. And white men feel the same way. Teddy Pendergrass said it better than me. He said, all I want is peace of mind. But Teddy said it's so hard to find. And see, Teddy Pendergrass was saying that, guys, years ago. But what are men saying now? If Teddy was saying that years ago, what are men saying now as it relates to modern relationships? And so when we don't have the conversation, guys, when we don't seek to empower our men, when we empower our girls, guys, at the behest of empowering our men, then it becomes a problem. Because as I told you guys before in the past, that the warrior class can rise no higher than the nurturers that support it. The warrior class can rise no higher, guys, than the class or the nurturers that support the warrior class. And so if you want protection from a man, watch this. You got to protect him. How do you protect a man? Well, you protect his ego. Shout out again for my man Dwayne Brown for that $5 super sticker. Thank you, Dwayne Brown. You're doing an awesome job. He said for doubling up, keep up the great work. Thank you, Dwayne Brown. And listen, guys, I count it an honor to serve, especially these young men. You know, many of us millennials, Gen Xers and baby boomers, nobody gave us the game. Nobody told us about female nature. Nobody told us about it. We had to learn through trial and error. We had to learn through hardship. And many had to learn through pain. And because so many had to learn through hardship and pain, there's a percentage of men that have went to the grave. Langston Hughes talked about what happens to a dream deferred. He said, does it fester in the sun or does it pop? So many of you men that are listening right now have dreams deferred. You dreamed that at one point in your life that you were going to get a cooperative woman. You dreamed that at one point in your life you were going to get a wholesome woman. You dreamed that at one point in your life that you were going to get a chaste woman. You dreamed that the woman that you pledged to give your life to would never divorce you. You dreamed that she would love you, respect you, honor you, and obey you. But when that dream came to a pop, some of you guys had something called a schema affliction. And see, the schema that you men are dealing with, guys, is a negative fixation in your head as it relates to Western women. And see, it would be remiss of me to say all, because I'm not saying all, because I would say if I say all, that would be a thinking error on my behalf called overgeneralization. So I submit to you that I'm not saying all. That's why I said that there is a remnant of women, a remnant that I call uncovered gems, a remnant that's ready to come into the folds of marriage to serve their men. But like, it was said in the past, with fair exchange, guys, there is no robbery. And so many men are tired of being robbed through caustic policies. So many men are being robbed by the laws in America that more or less impacting them in a negative way. So many men are beginning to say that if I can't get what I want in a relationship, then what good is it to me? And see, when we don't honor the inner sanctum of masculinity, when we don't honor what men are saying, what they want, then it will become, guys, very deleterious to the broader community in the long run. That's why I believe in the elevation of our boys and our girls at the same time. We can't elevate our girls at the behest of our boys. And that's what's happening now, sadly, in this world called America. Shout out to my man, James Miles. James Miles, oh my God, brother, you said a hammer for me. Man, James Miles got the stream popping. James Miles is the sponsor of this stream for $100 super chat. James Miles, you are an awesome brother, man. I appreciate it, man. And you definitely are a Leo, because Leos definitely got that swag. Continue teaching the Leo. Leos recognize the Leos, and that's teaching salute. Man, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, James. James Miles. You are definitely a Leo, and that's how Leos do. We get down and we protect one another, and that is a deal, right? And James Miles is the sponsor of this stream. I really appreciate that, brother. Thank you, Sir Kindly. Thank you, Sir Kindly, for that $100 super chat. I really appreciate it, man. You are awesome, brother. And thank you to the 31 that are watching. But let's get this stream up, guys, to 50 to 100 people. Because if you believe in what I'm doing, then you will share this content. Because so many men, guys, are in the valley of despair. So many men are in the valley of decision. Many are beginning to look for answers. Many are beginning to look for solutions. And many are saying that I don't have the answers. I don't see the answers, because anytime I begin to emote and to share my pain, I got a bunch of hyenas coming to silence me. That's what those men are saying. They said, I got a bunch of hyenas that are coming to silence me. Because those hyenas don't just look like women, some of them, but they look like a lot of men. And see, those hyena simps are coming to silence good brothers like yourself that are trying to learn, and good brothers that are trying to grow. But watch this. As I told you guys in the past, a hyena cannot deal with a masculine lion. It cannot see a masculine lion one-on-one. And what happens when a hyena comes into the presence of a masculine lion, it fights or flees. And many times it flees. And that's what happens when masculine men begin to speak. That's what happens when masculine men begin to speak. When masculine men begin to speak, many will fight you or they will flee, because that's tied to a condition, guys, called cognitive dissonance. I told you guys I created an acronym called DEAF. And the basis says they deny the evidence when you present them with the evidence. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue through ad hominem attacks, and they attack the messenger instead of attacking the message. And then they fight you or they flee because they cannot handle the cognitive break that's going on inside their heads. And so we got to have these conversations because there's a remnant of women that's left in America to meet suitable men. I think there's more husband-worthy men than there are wife-worthy or ready women. And it's not all their fault, and it's not all the men's fault. There are some men that have good financial gains, but at the same time, some of you men are not quite 100% ready as well. Because you got to come into a relationship with power. You got to come into the relationship demanding something instead of giving all your virtues away for free. Because women only respect power and strength. That's what they were wired to do. The woman was made for you, to serve you, to help you meet your mission on earth. And if she's not willing, guys, to help you meet your mission on earth, then she's not ready to be your wife. The great teacher Jesus said, if any man put his hand to the plow and look back, he's not fit for the kingdom. And you got to ask yourself the question, is the modern woman fit for the kingdom of man? Is she willing to come into that relationship to assuage you? Is she willing, guys, to put you first? See, if Will Smith had known about the kosher clinician, then Will Smith would not have had a schema affliction. If Will Smith had known about the kosher clinician and some of these other male content spaces, he would have realized that women only respect men that respect themselves. But because Will Smith loves Jada Pinkett Smith more than he loves himself, Will Smith has become a saboteur of his own ignorance. And ignorance is causing a lot of men to suffer in silence. Ignorance is causing a lot of men to have dreams deferred. Are you dealing with dreams deferred? Are you tired of dating in Western times? Are you tired of dating or dealing with modern women? Are you ready to be liberated? Because as I told you guys before in the past, antecedents, the triggers before it happens, behaviors, the manifestation of those triggers, and then the consequences. And Richie Mack, guys, appear to be the consequence that many men are beginning to use. And it's a good consequence because all consequences are not bad. Women like Shalalemia Moffat are calling the clarion call. Women like Shay Sade, Chantelle Simone, Danica Marie, Crimson Cure, they are more or less clarion callers. Some are listening and some are not listening. The ones that were not listening, well, they will suffer the recompense of their own ignorance. Now, this is only, guys, for women that want to be wives. Every woman is not wife ready or wife worthy. Some women don't want to be wives. And if you don't want to be a wife, then so be it. We're not talking about you. But we're talking about only the women that are worthy and ready to be wives. The women that are ready to lay down their burdens by the riverside and study war no more. The women that are willing to come into the graces of a man, to allow that man to guide her and lead her. But see, some of you men can't fully lead a woman until you know how to broker for power in the relationship. I'm going to say it again. Some of you men do not know how to lead a woman until you broker for power in the relationship. Unless you come to the relationship in power, then you will not know how to lead and guide your woman. And that's the issue. Shout out to D. D said that you really can't F with the state government policy answer. I agree with that, D. Shout out to Gregory Scott. The manosphere is very important. Many of the discussions are done on a deeper level, both by the strong, rational men and the strong, reasonable women. And shout out to the strong, reasonable women. Because I'm going to say something that might sound controversial. But it takes a strong woman to be a wife in these modern times. I'm going to say it again. It takes a strong woman, guys, to be a wife in these modern times. But I'm going to say, even though I'm not a woman, it takes a real woman to be a wife. Because, see, a real woman is cognizant of her own weaknesses. A real woman is willing to learn the deficits and the issues that's caused her to be a saboteur of her own ignorance. It takes a real woman to look within herself and say, I'm wrong, and baby, I apologize, and baby, I'm sorry. It takes a real woman to do that. But the question remains, how many real women do we have in these modern times? How many real women are willing to look within themselves and say, I apologize, I was wrong? Until you can look within yourself Until you can apologize for the malfeasance that you more or less place upon your man, you're not really ready or willing or worthy to be a man's wife. Because see, when men give their best, when men put their lives on the line, guys, it can be very dangerous to a man. It can be very dangerous when a man loses half of his assets in court. It can be very dangerous when a man finds out that that baby is not his. It can be very dangerous when the man thought that you loved him, but you only used him as a come up because you were afraid to be alone. And I'm going to tell you guys something. There are some women, because it's in a woman's hard drive to be a survivalist. Women are survivalists by nature, and that's not a bad thing. It is part of their nature. Like men, we have a nature. Our nature is to protect and build. Their nature is to survive. The masculine is doing. The feminine is being. The masculine is doing, and the feminine is being. The being needs to survive. The being needs a nest above his head. But when so many young men go into relationships under the nebulous concept called love, then it can be very damaging to that man. And shout out to Maurice Speaks the Beast. Strong women / real men want to be a wife. I totally agree. They do, Maurice Speaks the Beast. They do. And Maurice, they're willing to set aside all of their petty grievances to come into that relationship to acquiesce to the vibration of a man. And you're right, Jermaine Taylor. You say you won't hold your breath. Well, yeah, that's what a lot of men are saying. They're not holding their breaths. Because some feel that, it's not worth the headache all the time. But we're going to have, once again, a very powerful discussion. And to the 43 that are watching, I need at least 10 guys to share this content. I need 10 people to share this content. To the people that have donated tonight, I thank you. I appreciate it. If you don't have anything to share money-wise, then that's fine. Just share the content. So give me 10 people, guys, to share this content. And we're going to get right into it. When the 10 people share this content, I need you guys to throw up the thumb button. Now, I did a survey, and I did a survey in the past, and based on the survey, many of the men are frustrated. Many of the men are saying that there's no benefit to dealing with modern women in modern times. Many of the men, guys, are saying that I'll either stay single and work on myself, or I begin to more or less change the law in my mind, shout out to Mr. Palmer, or I will begin to fortify or more or less restructure how I think and get the woman that meets my standards as a man. See, modern women, guys, come into relationships saying that they deserve. They come into relationships saying that I'm the prize. They come into relationships thinking that they're better than you. And see, it takes a traditional woman, because see, traditional women understand the importance of being a wife. The modern woman seeks to glorify herself, but the traditional woman understands that she can be selfish by her nature, but she consistently works on herself to change her mind and to fortify her spirit. But that's only a remnant. That's a remnant woman. Every woman is not a remnant. And based on what the men are saying from the anecdotal evidence, because it is anecdotal, but anecdotal evidence is tied to qualitative research, based on what the men are saying from that small sample size, they're saying that based on what they see, most modern women are not worthy or wife ready or more or less willing to come under their graces or their masculine umbrella to be protected. And, women years ago understood that the ring symbolized that she won. Women years ago understood that the ring symbolized that she won. And see, marriage in itself is not bad, but marriage is work. If you come into a marriage thinking it's going to be hunky-dory and that everything's going to be peaches and cream, you're a fool. But it takes a real woman to be a wife. It takes a very noble woman to be a wife. It takes a mature woman to be a wife. It takes a selfless woman to be a wife. It takes a disciplined woman to be a wife. It takes an active woman to be a wife. And it takes a godly woman to be a wife. And as Bishop Charles E. Williams said, y'all ain't gonna talk to me. So shout out to Shout out to my man, y'all dropping that Christopher White for that $5 super sticker. Thank you, Christopher White. I appreciate it, brother. He said, enjoying the content, Christopher White. Many blessings and honor, sir. I really appreciate that. As you guys are more or less supporting me on the stream, as you guys are supporting me in these endeavors, because these shows take a lot of time. It took me hours to get this show up to par. And because of that, guys, I'm grateful. I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to replay this clip because men are looking for power in the relationship. And I want you guys to tell me what you think about power, fun, and freedom, because that's what so many men are looking for. Give me a minute.
Power, fun, and freedom. These are the antecedents that often come before men take changes in their lives. But in modern times, something has happened to the point that many men feel that in the West, that there's only a remnant of women that meet their needs and expectations as men. And because of this, and the remnant that exists, many men feel that there is a dating and a marriage apocalypse. Is there a dating and marriage apocalypse in the West to the point that men have to travel abroad and to entertain more traditional women that are found in countries like Thailand, featured by my dear friend Richie Mack? Sit back, relax, and enjoy this show as I bring it to you live from the greatest state in the Union, the Tar Heel State. And I need you guys to remember this, as there are 7 steps to male optimization. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. We will be exploring from the commentaries of content creators like I Am Shalalemia Moffat, Chantelle Simone, Ameera the Exalted Lioness, and also the fervor Richie Mack zoomed to Thailand, as we see a comparative analysis behind what Webb Glasser always talked about with choice theory and men choosing to find better options because they feel that the level of traditional women are not suitable here in America. Tune in live as we explore this classic inquiry on tonight.
All right. So once again, guys, that was just a forewarning and a foretelling. Chantelle Simone is in the house. If she want to drop in at some point, she can. Rich and I have spoken in private. If he can pop in, he will. Don't know what time it is in Thailand, but this is just a combination of the women and the men that are more or less pointing to the negative direction that we're seeing, guys. And leading the clarion call is good women that are on the front line. These good women on the front line are beginning to answer to and try to understand what men are going through. But these women need your help. They need your support, because it's very challenging, and also it can be very troubling when men begin to speak up. Now, I'm going to show you guys something. But I'm going to read the comments in the meantime. Flawed 2000, Richie may or may not pop in. This show is just a culmination to everything that the forerunners are doing. But Richie may or may not pop in. Chantelle can pop in later if she chooses to, but she is on the stream. But this show is to talk about the apocalypse that many are beginning to see now in this current system called America. Knight sometimes said that why men have to prove themselves to a woman that has a hand out for provision, resources, and dates. A man take Ben to Nick to get a divorce. You're right, man. And he said, yes, I'm good. Red Pill Awareness said, a lot of men do not want children in a culture and society that won't be led by men. I totally agree with you, brother, 1,000%. D said, now they are seriously alone. They are aware of it. They can sense it. It is what it is. They're getting what they asked for. Yes, sadly, D, many are. Elisa Del Rosario said, I think that these modern laws have made it so easy to walk away. It takes a certain kind of woman to stay a wife, in my opinion. And that is an excellent response, dear, because that is true. It takes a special kind of woman. Vince Vic say at Red Pillar Wedding, yes, you choose to lead the family. You choose how to lead your family and not society. Yes. Supreme Clientele said, if I offer you a business venture with a 20% chance of success, you wouldn't give it a second thought. So why would you risk your entire livelihood on a woman of your phenotype in the United States? Hey, and I agree with you, sir. I agree with you, Supreme Clientele. I totally agree. I agree with you 1,000%. Shout out to my man, James Turner. James Turner is an excellent brother. This young man, this brother always support me and my endeavors on what I'm trying to do because it can be very timely and it can be very taxing trying to convey how the mind is impacted by negative Western thought. But shout out to my man, James Turner. He said, thank you, Kosher. Greetings, Kosher from New York. He said, I'm visiting here for my daughter, son-in-law, and newly born granddaughter. I had to tune in and support the stream. Powerful as usual. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that, and that is a deal right. Thank you, Mr. Turner. I appreciate it, brother. Shout out to Suave. He said, it's difficult to say that modern women are ready when they tremble when they hear the word submission. Oh, my God, brother. That is so powerful. That is so powerful. They view femininity and submission as symbols of weakness. And, you know, Suave, you're right, because really what they're dealing with is a condition called vicarious trauma. They're dealing with vicarious trauma because their mothers went through vicarious trauma, and their mothers more or less transposed that vicarious trauma to their daughters. And because their mothers got with dusty bad men or men that hurt them or left them, they more or less encapsulate all men as being bad. And so their daughters grow in a relationship with a deficit mindset instead of coming to a relationship willing to become interdependent with her man. And see, many of these women are broken due to the thoughts and the things that their mothers taught them, also their grandmothers and their aunts. And so you can't become a better version of yourself when you're dealing with brokenness. You cannot become a better version of yourself if you are dealing with brokenness. Guys, let's get the stream up to 100 people tonight. You guys are doing a great job so far. I really appreciate you, the ones that are listening now. I'm going to show you guys something. Shalalemia Moffat is a clarion caller. I call her the queen clarion caller. She's under the power of the Aries. She's a fire sign like me and Chantelle. And Shalalemia Moffat has been called all kinds of names. They disrespect this sister. They call her, out of her name. And she still continues to ride hard for you brothers. But Shalalemia Moffat is only a percentage of remnant women. And you guys said earlier that the percentage of women that are wife-ready or wife-worthy are not more or less beneficial for you as a man. And see, as I said earlier, guys, these shows are important because many of these young men need to hear what other men are saying so that they don't fall down that same negative trap. And I'm going to do a show at some point, guys, called Stepdaddy Simping. Now, I looked at the polls, guys, and according to the polls, I said, is there a remnant of worthy and wise women that meet your traditional standards? So is there a remnant of worthy women or worthy wives that meet your traditional standards? 33% said yes. That's fine. But 67% said no. When I asked the question, is there a remnant of worthy and wives that meet your traditional standard? I meant to say something different. But anyway, that was a typo. But anyway, more than not, out of the 68 votes thus far, 67% said that most are not traditional or wife ready. Kudos to the good men that have found the women that are willing to honor you, respect you, obey you, and follow you as a man. But this is very telling because we didn't even get a split. I can see if we say it was 50-50. But to the small sample size of 68 votes, 67% said that they didn't feel like many were wife-worthy or wife-ready. And that's very telling, guys, when we're trying to build a more perfect union because, as Dr. William Glasser said, that power, fun, and freedom are the antecedents to helping men become better versions of themselves. And a man cannot become a better version of himself if he does not have a moral cheerleader, if he does not have a spiritual cheerleader, if he does not have a godly cheerleader. If a man doesn't have that kind of woman in his corner, then that man can never succinctly fulfill his mission on earth. And even if she's not a godly woman, just to be a conscious woman. Be a woman that's willing to understand your man. Be a woman that's willing to listen to the pains and the struggles of your husband. Because a storm is brewing and a storm is coming. And that's what I call it, a relationship Apocalypse, the wife apocalypse, Richie Mack and the Remnant. And we're going to play some strings about Richie Mack in a minute. And Richie, if you're available, if you're listening to this show, brother, pop in. Richie might pop in. If he can't, hopefully Chantelle will pop in. But if she don't, I'm going to run this shit by myself. Shalalemia, if you're listening, feel free to drop in as well. So hold tight, guys. Let me shout out to my man Nice Sometimes. Thank you, Nice Sometimes, man. Man, you guys are holding me up tonight, man. I'm forever honored. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. And that is a deal, right? Shout out to Nice Sometimes for that $100 super sticker. I really appreciate it, man. You are awesome brother, Nice Sometimes. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you kindly, sir. Thank you kindly, Mr. Miles, Mr. Turner, and to everyone that have donated. I'm forever grateful. You guys are doing an awesome job tonight. But I'm not so much concerned about the money as I'm concerned about liberating young men, old men, and middle-aged men. So to the ones that don't have any money, share this content. Share this content to as many men as you can as we seek to empower our men in these very turbulent times. Because some don't want you to have the best. Some are trying to profit off your ignorance. So I'm not so much concerned about the money. Even though I'm grateful for the money, I'm not so much concerned about that as I am concerned about seeing you men liberated. So he said, I just got paid. Rather spend my spare money on great content creators. Oh my goodness. He said then on a date with a modern woman to count on my pockets.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Man, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, brother. Hey, and I feel your sentiments. Thank you once again, Nice Sometimes, brother. Honored, very honored, man. You guys are doing an awesome job tonight. I really appreciate it. One Pan Wonder said that cooperative should be a substitute for submission. Well, submission just means to agree. Cooperate, submission, if you look at the synonym, the word submission just means to agree when you look at the synonym. You know, people have an aversion to the word submission because they don't understand the word submission in their totality. There's a negative submission, but there's also a positive submission. Submission does not make you a slave. It just means that I agree. Can that be a type of submission that's tied to indentured servitude or slavery? Yes. But all submission is not bad, just like all jealousy is not bad, just like all hate is not bad. You should hate injustice, but you should never hate your fellow man. But see, we don't know how to equivocate the differences when it comes down to language and thought. We get caught up into schematics of language instead of understanding the broader context and the aspects of language. And so, like I said, guys, you guys are doing an awesome job. Let me read this super sticker. He said that Moonwalker 499, he said, keep up the good work. Your work is analytical, very meaningful to the American Black community, but I have taken my talents to Brazil or to the Bay. Y'all seen it, man. I just said, Moonwalker 84 said he took his talents to Brazil. Hey, man, you know, you see that plane to the top, Richie Mack in the back. But y'all got some women on the front line. Shalalemia, Chantelle Simone, and I call them Ameera the Exiled Lioness. But you guys are seeing it on the forefront. And hey, it is what it is. Shout out to my man Top Gun. He said one color people on color people time. He said you may proceed. And that is a deal, right? Thank you, Top Gun. Love you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, Top Gun. You getting it in, dog. Thank you, sir. Miss JB said the submission is spiritual. Yes, ma'am. It's very spiritual. That's what submission is. It's spiritual because just like Christ submitted to the Father, he did not count it robbery. And man's supposed to submit to God. So why can't woman submit to man? And see, people get in their feelings because they don't understand submission. Submission in the context of righteousness means I agree. The son submitted to the will of the Father. The man submitted to the will of Christ. And the woman submits to the law and the will of man. That's the order of things. But so many don't want the order of things. They want the marriage, but they don't want the work that's associated with being married. And that's a major problem. That's a major problem. That is a major problem. Shout out to my man Gregory Scotland. Gregory Scotland says, shout out to the good women in the manosphere. Crimson Cure, Chantelle, Danica, Cher, Sade, Dee, Security Boss, Shalalemia, Reva, Ameera, Rebecca, the Pink Book Lessons. Right. Shout out to those sisters.
That's a bet, right?
Shout out to those sisters, and they are a deal right.
That's a bet, right?
Because it's hard to find the remnant of women that are willing to understand what men are going through. And see, ladies, to the women that are listening, men are still wondering. Because see, men don't know if the women that are trying to more or less put forth a good effort are chameleons. And so it confuses them. So men are reluctant to give themselves to women because they don't know what your intentions are. And that's why when you come into male spaces, you have to make sure that your heart, your mind, your body, and your spirit is pure. Because many of these men have been broken under the illusion called love. And that's why I tell men they should love within reason. Men should only love within reason. Your creator first, your purpose second, and then your woman. Because see, when you love your creator first, Yahweh, Christ, or whatever you believe in, when you love your purpose second, if she decides to leave you, then you will not be caught up in idolatry because your purpose was first. I mean, God was first and your purpose was second. And you were on your mission called life. And you realize when she do leave you, and many will, you'll get right back up again and you will repeat the process of masculinity. And that's why a lot of men are saying that I can't take the time to worry about women that don't have my best interest. Mr. Ruckus, James Turner said, nice sometimes, don't model a woman for you tonight, honey, right? Nice sometimes said, don't waste my time. And yeah, sadly, some are leeches, and that's what a lot of men are saying. And see, to the women that are listening, you hear what the men are saying. Some of you saying, oh, you just negative, you know, you're lame, you don't know how to pick a woman. But no, these men are not lying. I've seen it. We all see it. White men and black men see it. Shout out to my man, Corey Hager. Corey Hager's a good brother. These men are beginning to see it. And because they are seeing it, they're saying that, you know, unless I get the outcomes that I want as a man, then I'm going to remain true to my core, which is called masculinity. At the end of the day, gentlemen, your dignity as a man supersedes any and everything. If you ever indignify yourself trying to assuage a modern woman, you will become a saboteur to your ignorance as well. Men are looking for traditional women. Traditional women are not perfect. Don't be persuaded wrongly. Traditional women are not perfect, but they are conscious. Just like you are not perfect as a man. You're not perfect, and neither are traditional women. But a true traditional woman is constantly working on herself. She's constantly looking within herself. She's constantly trying to more or less fight against her negative nature, because most modern women are selfish. They're very selfish. They don't care about you. They come into the relationship thinking that they are better than you. And because they think that they are better than you guys, many times you substitute your dignity as a man to assuage her fickle emotions. And just like she can love you today, tomorrow she can hate you. That's why you gotta love within reason. You gotta love her within reason. Because in the gospel, the love for a woman is eros love. But the love for a man is respect, honor, and obedience. When you can set aside your feelings for the greater mission of masculinity, then that means that woman really loves you, because women by nature are slaves to their emotions. And as Bishop Charles E. Williams said, guys, y'all ain't gonna talk to me. Shout out to Mr. Rucker. Mr. Rucker said that submissive women in America are needles in a haystack. You're right, sadly. Juan said, I wish I were taught true submission in my 20s. Better later than never. Thank you. I don't know if Juan is a man or a woman. But if you, maybe you're a woman. But anyway, Juan, if you are a woman, much respect to you, sweetie. Thank you. M. Michelle said, submission under the mission, acknowledge and willing to give to a higher mission. No doubt. Shout out to Miss Michelle, M. Mitchells. I don't know if that's a man or a woman. Shout out to Westside College. Westside College said, women submit to men, men submit to women. Real men make a real woman make men. Okay, I'll let you break that down for me at some point. Barry Hammond says, funny that some of these lovely ladies think they could define what a real man is, sadly. D said that men need to be as righteous and as clean as possible, no matter what difficulties we may face. Right. Dr. King said, we got some tough days ahead, gentlemen, but somehow we're going to make it. So let me show you guys, this is a clip from Shalalemia, and shout out to my dear friend Shalalemia Moffett. And we're going to continue to talk about this so-called thinking era. Hold tight.
Black men hate black women.
That statement is absolutely false. It is not that black men do not like black women. Let me tell you something.
And guys, ask yourself the question, why is it that so many of our women have thinking errors? Not all, but a large percentage of our women have thinking errors. Anytime you hold a modern woman under the critique or more or less the microscope of scrutiny, many say that you hate black women. And I submit that most brothers don't hate black women. The men that travel, they often many times get with black women from foreign countries. But they don't hate black women, they hate the behavior associated with many modern women. And it's not just a black woman issue, it's a modern woman westernized issue. White women, black women, all women in the West. It's a Western issue, it's not a black woman issue. But listen to Sister Shalalemia, hold tight.
Black women like that come on social media and spread that kind of toxic information because of their experiences with the black men they have come in contact with. You cannot come on here and make a general statement and say black men do not like black women because of your experiences with certain ones. Let me tell you something. As a black woman, I have been hurt by black men.
And once again, guys, that's what's happening with many modern women. They're dealing with vicarious trauma. The mothers have dealt with the trauma of dealing with dusty men. And they transfer that trauma to their daughters, and their daughters more or less get a thinking error called catastrophizing, overgeneralization, fortune telling, and they tend to juxtapose all men and equivocate all men under that negative kaleidoscope. Gentlemen, if you're not careful, you can be victims of the same malady. You will more or less assume and transpose that all women are bad as well. But I don't think black men are saying that all women are bad. Many black men, as I said earlier, once they leave the contextual framework of America, they go to countries where the women are black, but traditional black women that were raised under patriarchal countries, that were raised in homes where they respect and honor their men. And I think when women understand and try to more or less understand the needs of a man, that's where true womanhood begins. True womanhood is not about being selfish. True womanhood, in my opinion, is not about putting yourself first. But true woman is willing to come in to support the mission of a man to help that man become better than he was when you first got him. And we're not talking about dusty men. We're not talking about Raekwon and Man Man. We're not talking about Tay Tay and Ray Ray. We're not talking about those men, but we're talking about good men that are trying, that are striving. And I know the word good is subjective. Good is subjective, but let's take, for example, hardworking brothers, blue collar, white collar, that went to school. They're not perfect by any means, but they are striving to be good men. They're striving to love their women, to protect their families. Those are the men you should link up with. And I get it, the women by nature have more or less more higher expectations for their men, because women by nature are survivors. It's just in their nature to survive. So part of being a nester is that you need more resources. Men are very simple in general. But men now beginning to say, you know what, if I can't get what I want, because men, you are the prize catchers. Gentlemen, you are the prize catchers, meaning you determine if she's prize worthy or prize ready. But you won't know that if you're living under a gynocratic culture that more or less tells you this is submit to anything. You should never just submit and give your best to anything, because in relationships, there is a duality where men and women both submit, but the submission looks different. He says, I agree, which is to submit to love you, to protect you, to die for you. That's his submission to you. But your submission and his submission is not the same. The submission that you give him is protecting him, protecting his ego as a man, protecting his honor, protecting his value system, and more or less being loyal and being obedient as a wife. That's how you protect him. And that's how you submit to him. You submit to his authority as a man. But some of you women have not been conditioned to do that. And you go into a relationship with a deficit mindset instead of going to a relationship in the brokering of power. Because when you go into a relationship using your power of your femininity as a leverage, then it helps you get the outcomes that you want. Because every man is not worthy of your feminine grace, demure, or virtue. Every man is not worthy or ready for it, because that man many times have been conditioned to be a simp. Keep listening.
2, I don't feel like black men do not like black women. I don't feel like all black men are dogs and all black men are out to hurt me and all black men are no good. I don't feel like that. That's toxic. That's a toxic mindset.
Black men hate us.
All right. And you see it. You guys see it firsthand. In the clinical world, guys, we call that collaborative empiricism. We call it collaborative empiricism. Collaborative means to come together. Collaborative means to come together, gentlemen. Collaborative empiricism means to come together to share the evidence, And once you share that evidence and you still think that what you're seeing is right, then that means you have a delusional mindset. A delusion is when you think something is there, I give you the evidence and you still say it's not there. That's what a delusion is. And that's what some of our modern women are dealing with. They're delusional. They're delusional because they refuse to more or less curtail or hear the evidence that's presented. Shout out, let me read through some of these contexts. Hold tight. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to Juan once again. Juan said that I'm a guy boss. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I meant to say I wish I was taught for the woman truly submit to a man, vice versa truly means would have saved me from a lot of headaches in my 20s. Better late learning than never. Thank you for the just. No, brother, thank you for that $50 bomb. Thank you, sir. And that is a deal right. Thank you, Juan. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you kindly. You guys are more or less showing a lot of love, man. I'm so honored. Y'all make me feel like a Leon tonight. I'm grateful and I'm honored. Because when I put the time in to do these shows, gentlemen, these shows are extremely time consuming. Richie Mack is in the house. Richie Mack is a content creator. Many times I'm shouting out to Richie. Richie is busy working. I'm a full-time therapist. I'm a licensed therapist. And many times as a therapist, guys, I'm tied up working. But because I love the brotherhood, I have a genuine interest in seeing men of all colors liberated. I put in my time to do this. Is it risky what I'm doing? Yes. Because it goes against the status quo. Is what I'm doing wrong? No, I'm not doing anything wrong. But it would be remiss of me if I don't more or less give these young men the things I didn't have. And you're right, Juan. We didn't have what many of these young men have today. We never had it. So shout out to the homies. Nice sometimes says that modern women equals entitled, selfish, leeches, files for divorce, 80%, alimony, weaponized child support, false allegations, Me Too, nor is it loud and outspoken. Sadly, for many. Shout out to Luke Casey. She's in the house as well. Shout out to her. Gregory Scotland said that, Coach, this is what we see in this space. The women who are on panels with men that argue, deflect, go on defensive and discourage accountability versus the good sisters. Right. And that's why I say it takes a very mature woman to evolve into womanhood. Another good woman that's part of the remnant is Luke Casey. I forgot to mention her. Luke Casey grew up in a culture in Venezuela where she saw the men and the women working together. The women in South America understand the importance of brokering and honoring their men. That's why those men are so healthy. That's why men in Colombia are so healthy. That's why men in Brazil are happy, because they got feminine women that understand traditional virtues. We're not saying 100% that all women in South America are traditional. I'm not saying that, because idealisms from the West is beginning to creep in South America and also in African countries as well. But we're looking at the odds, guys. We're looking at the odds. And we have to look at the odds based on what's going on in America compared to what's going on in other countries. We would say that the odds, guys, are greater in those countries than in the current world that we call America. Shout out to my man, Richard Mack. He said, break it down, Casey, no doubt. We're going to make this thing pop off at some time, Richard Mack. We're going to take James Turner so he can find him a noodle. James Turner is looking for a noodle. And we're going to help James Turner get him a noodle. He's a good brother. Shout out to Zoom, Richie Mack Zoom to Thailand. Richie, if you can pop in at some point, if you get time, feel free to pop in, brother, if you get time. If not, I understand. But you guys see that Richie Mack is in the chat. And Richie Mack, guys, is the great equalizer. Richie Mack and Zoom to Thailand is the great equalizer. The Ingram Experience talked about something called relationship capitalism. And relationship capitalism basically means this. Use your talents, use your money, use your time and your resources, guys, to get the best experience that you can get. If you can't find your uncovered gem here in America, what many men are saying that I will find it elsewhere. And it does not mean that men in America don't want to deal with American women. But they're saying that unless I can find the woman of my dreams elsewhere, I'm going to continue to shop until I get that said woman. Nice sometimes said that women claim to be the prize, but each one walk around looking for dates and for a provider with both hands out. Give me, I deserve. BS. He said, no. You guys are funny, man. Shout out to my man, Richie Mack, Zoom. And that's a deal, right? Shout out to my homie, Richie Mack. Richie, like I said, man, at some point, I think I'm going to try to get down to Thailand, man, and check out the scenery. I got a couple of brothers that I'm trying to bring down there, the ones that are single and the ones that are looking for wives. The ones that said they can't find their wife here. If you can find your wife here in America, go for it. But sad that many are saying that it's a remnant. And you're right, Richie. James Turner, he's one of them. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get James Turner a noodle. Shout out to my dear friend, the beautiful and the lovely Luke Casely for that $20 super sticker. Thank you, Luke Casely, dear. I appreciate it, man. So honored that you decided to come on the stream and support it. And guys, let's get this stream up to 100 people tonight, because I got some fire for your mind. I got some fire for your mind on tonight.
Fire for your mind.
But there's a remnant of women that are left, a remnant of women that are seeking to more or less help men become the better versions of themselves. But are you women willing to do the introspection and the shallow work, the ones that are not part of the remnant, to get a good man? Because men are beginning to elevate their standards. If you're beginning to elevate your standards, men, I need every man to hit 1. If you're beginning to elevate your standards, hit 1. If this content is helping you to elevate your standards, hit 2. Hit 2. Cortez Smith said, laugh out loud funny. The women call themselves the prize are the biggest headaches, biggest leeches and headaches to me. Man, y'all got the fun. Man, you guys are funny, man. You brothers are so funny. All right. So we're going to break down this analysis, guys. Hold tight.
He's a skyscraper.
We're going to break it down. And I didn't have to put fair use because Shalakima doesn't care if I use her content. Shout out to that beautiful sister. But I always just put fair use. And in the meantime, guys, let me hit this button because I'm in this content. So it's fair use, but I just do it for the sake of right. It's fair use. It's my content partially. I'm in some of the content. Some of it with the Lapeef Network and also with Shalakima. So I need you guys to listen.
What does he do for a living? He's a skyscraper. Say again.
And look what she's doing, guys. She's basically mocking that man's profession. She said he's a skyscraper. What she's basically doing, she's mocking his profession. She's trying to say, guys, that being a skyscraper is something bad. She's basically, guys, mocking that man's profession. How many modern women have you seen mock your profession because you were a blue-collar worker? He's a skyscraper. But what is she giving that man in return? Keep listening.
Oh, man.
Say again. He does what?
I say he's a skyscraper. That's what I said.
What does that mean?
Well, let's just simplify it. He puts elevators into buildings.
And what's wrong with that? What's wrong with putting elevators into buildings? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the man putting elevators into buildings. What's wrong with it?
Hey, baby.
Hey, what's up, baby?
Hi. So.
And shout out to Shalalemia for adjusting her crown. I had to put a crown on your head, Shalalemia. I had to show you some love, man. I got the exalted line that's on the right side, and I got the fictitious Ameera to the bottom, but but listen anyway. Shout out to Top Gun. He said, in the words of Richie Mack, the words of Lionel Richie, sail on, honey. Good times never felt so good. You may proceed. You funny, man. You a funny, Top Gun. Shout out to my homie, Top Gun. He's wicked with that paintbrush.
I have a question.
What's that?
So I was shopping today and I was wondering if you could buy me the new Gucci press. It's beige, colored, big, it's gorgeous. Leather.
Babe, I can't afford that.
What do you mean you can't afford a Gucci press? See, this is what I'm talking about. You cheap as hell.
Leave me there.
What do you mean leave me?
Yeah, cut me off. Break up with me. I'm cheap, right? Why even with me? If I'm cheap. Matter of fact, I can save a lot more money without you. Break up with me.
And wait for more red table talk and more entanglement.
All right, guys, so this is the link for Richie Mack only. This is a link for Richie Mack only. Richie, go ahead and pop in, dog. This is for Richie Mack only. Richie Mack is changing the lives of many men. This link is for Richie Mack only. He can't stay long, but true to form, being the good brother that he is, Richie Mack is going to pop in. So the link is for Richie Mack only. Only for Richie Mack, guys. This link is only for Richie Mack. So, Richie, whenever you get ready to come in, brother, the link is dropped. And when you come in, what I'm going to do, I'm going to speed up the stream a little bit to more or less highlight your points. Because Richie Mack is doing God's work. So, Richie, whenever you come in, brother, let me know. And I'm going to drop the link. So the link has been dropped. Yeah, Richard, it's for you, dog. Come on in, man. Laugh out loud. There you go, Richard. The link is for you, Richard. Come on in, dog. I think I dropped it. Hold on. So this is for Richie Mack. The link is for Richie Mack only for now. After we finish the show, guys, you know, everybody else can come up. But this link is for Richie Mack only. So, Richie, when you get it, pop in, brother, and we're going to chop up some comprehensive game. Because Richie Mack, guys, is the great equalizer for a lot of men. Richie Mack is the great equalizer for a lot of men. He can't stay long, but some of you men are looking for a noodle too. You're looking for a wholesome woman. And what you're saying is that if I can't find her here, I'm going to find her elsewhere because needs drive behaviors. So, Richard, whenever you're ready, let me know, brother. The link has been dropped. Yeah, the link has been dropped, Richard. So waiting on you, man. Just let me know whenever you get ready. In the meantime.
Oh, man.
Say again. He does what?
I say he's a skyscraper. That's what I said.
What does that mean?
Well, let's just simplify it. He puts elevators into buildings.
And that's the level of entitlement. That's the level of the grandiosity of many modern women. They think that they're better than you. We're not talking about traditional conscious women. We're talking about modern women.
So I was shopping today and I was wondering if you could buy me the new Gucci press. It's beige, colored, big, it's gorgeous. Leather.
Babe, I can't afford that.
What do you mean you can't afford a Gucci press? See, this is what I'm talking about. You cheap as hell.
Leave me there.
What do you mean leave me?
Yeah, cut me off. Break up with me. I'm cheap, right? Why even with me? If I'm cheap. Matter of fact, I can save a lot more money without you. Break up with me.
And wait for more.
And this is similar to what nice sometimes and many men are beginning to see with modern women. We're not talking about traditional women that are worthy and willing to be wives. We're talking about modern women. You're right, D. I agree with you 1,000%, dog.
Red table talk and more entanglements and no more entanglements. No more entanglements.
And see, guys, that's why some of the men said that Will Smith exhibited simp behavior. He supplemented irrational male patterns. This woman that was part of the alphabet community, he didn't say a thing to her. But when it came down to Chris Rock, he slapped Chris Rock trying to defend the honor of a modern wicked woman like Jada Pinkett Smith. And you guys have seen it all too often. I told you guys from one of the streams that I did, I said, watch, she's going to turn on him at some point. Once you understand modern women, their behavior is very predictable because their behavior is not predicated in service. Their behavior is predicated in selfishness. And once you understand and see their, all right, hold on for a minute. For some reason it's not going to do it from my computer. Okay, all right. So Rich is trying to pop in. Let me try it again, Rich. I'm going to send it again, dog. I'm going to send it again, Rich, the link. This link is for Richie Mack. And hold tight, Richie. You can't stay long. Hold tight. Try it again, Richie. And if that don't work, click on your phone if that doesn't work. Try it again, Richie, if that doesn't work. Shout out to my man, Ink01 Pop for that $10 super sticker. He said that, and that's a deal, right? Thank you, sir.
That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal,
Thank you, sir.
right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
And that's a deal, right? He said that I'm a 35-year-old black man with an 8-year career in logistics. Most women have mocked my profession when getting to know me, even though I have my own 3-bedroom home and steady investments, right? And they are fools because they equivocate money and power and intelligence with degrees. I would be remiss to say that many blue-collar men not only make more money than white-collar men, but I would say that many blue-collar men are the reasons that we have this great country called America. Now, I'm a hybrid. Even though I'm a white-collar professional, I do blue-collar work because it's in my blood. I was raised in the country. And so I don't mind doing blue-collar work, but I have an abiding love and respect for blue-collar work because before I became a white-collar professional, I was a blue-collar man. I worked in the chicken plant. I worked in the potato chip factory. I did it all. My dad worked in the paper mill. So I have a high love and respect for blue-collar men. And so don't be dismayed by women like that treat you wrong, because in other countries, in Lucchese's country of Venezuela, you can get a woman that would be a 7 or an 8 in her country, but she would be a 10 in America. So be not dismayed, gentlemen, on how some of these model women treat you here in America, because your queen could be from another country, and it's okay. Or you just continue to focus on yourselves. Don't be dismayed with women that laugh at your professions, because many times those same women that are laughing at your profession are laden with debt. So be not dismayed, because those kind of women are not more or less worthy of your time. So, okay, so Richie gonna pop in a minute, and we're gonna chop up some game. He can't stay long, but Richie Mack is a great brother. I love that dog. He's my brother. I respect him and love Richie Mack. All right, hold tight.
Will, grab your balls and leave, partner. She keeps emasculating you in public, and she is making us all look bad and foolish. This is beyond bad.
Hey, y'all.
And shout out to my man, MC Recovery and Wellness, for that $5 super sticker. Shout out to him. Thank you, sir. Thank you, MC Recovery and Wellness. And Richie will be popping on at some point. There you go. There we go. Hold tight. We got the travel OG. We got the travel. we got the travel OG in the house. Zoom. we got the travel. What's up, Richie? How you doing, sir? Zoom. I can't hear you, Richie. It sounds like it's a delay, man. Can you hear me? We got the travel. What's up, Richie? How you doing, sir? Zoom. Can you hear me, Richie? I can't hear you, Richie. It sounds like it's a delay, man. Can you hear me? We got the travel. What's up, Richie? How you doing, sir? Zoom. Yeah, there's a crazy delay. I can't hear you, Richie. It sounds like it's a delay, man. Can you hear me? We got the travel. What's up, Richie? How you doing, sir? All right, I don't know what happened with that. That was a serious delay, but you guys saw the homie Richie Mack. Hopefully he'll pop back in a minute. Don't know what that was, guys. Hold tight. Hold tight, guys. Richie gonna pop back in a minute. Hold tight, guys. Don't know what's going on, but in the meantime, shout out to Barry Hamilton for that $5 super stick. He said, always appreciate your content, coach. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, sir. Pam Wonder said that no one's profession should be laughed at. I agree with you 1,000,000%. Marcus McLeod said, was an aircraft electrician, but now transitioning into the STEM field. Shout out to you, brother. Your work is merited. Yeah. So, Richard trying to pop back in a minute, guys. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. But hold tight.
All right, so listen. So I put a post up, and it was a post of a young man wearing a t-shirt. Y'all remember the post. If you don't, go back and look at it. But I'm about to read it to y'all, so y'all don't got to do all that. Okay. It's the t-shirt says, your mama is black, your sister's black, your grandma's black, you're black, but you don't want a black woman. To be honest with you, I don't agree with that. And I'm going to tell you, this is why. I don't think black men just don't want black women. You understand what I'm saying? I think...
And guys, why is it that women like Shalalemia, Chantelle Simone, the Danica Marie's of the world, Crimson Cure, Shay Sade, Ameera Exiled Lioness, why do these women get it? Why do they understand or have the voice and the logic of reason? For so many, they just don't understand it. And I have my reasons and suspicions for why. But why do these women get it and so many don't get it? And that's very problematic, in my opinion.
Black men are tired of arguing with black women. I think they're tired of the bashing, of them. I think they're tired of toxic, bitter, and miserable black women. We got to be real onto that. It's not that they don't want to deal with us. They don't want to deal with our mouth, our attitude. They don't want to deal with the stuff that comes from previous relationships that has nothing to do with them. They don't want to deal with the disrespectful kids that y'all got. You feel what I'm saying? Because they shouldn't have to deal with that.
Right. Especially to the single men that don't have kids. Especially to the single men that have put in the work. Especially to the single men that have more or less put in years of hard work going to graduate school. I put in almost 8 years of academia, 9 years of academia, getting my master's from UNC Chapel Hill, getting my bachelor's from North Carolina Central, getting my license from Central, and getting my associate's degree. I have 3 degrees. But I would not besmirch a blue-collar brother because some of those blue-collar brothers are making more than white-collar men. So shout out to all the blue-collar brothers because trust and believe, if push came to shove, I would dig a ditch. I would drive a truck too if I had to. So I don't begrudge the blue-collar brother. Being an academician is work. Many of us brothers went to school for years to become who we are. And it's hard work. But I do not besmirch or begrudge a blue-collar brother. And so, as I said, guys, Richie is restarting his computer, and he will sign on in a few minutes. But in the meantime, hold tight.
Because on the flip side, we don't want to deal with stuff like that. But last week, black women was just saying that they wanted to get a rich white man and be like Eve. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut up, okay?
All right, there he is. He's in the house now. He can't stay long. Can you hear me, Richie?
Let me see. Make sure I can hear you. Let me see. Can you hear me? You can't hear me? You can hear me?
I can hear you perfect.
Oh, okay. Now I got to make sure I can hear you now. Now I got to, let me see. All right. What did I do wrong? Okay, I got part of it right.
Right.
See what happened when you just waking up, man? It's Saturday morning out here.
Man, I'm so honored, man. I ain't gonna hold you up, man.
Where's my volume thing at, man? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna listen to you like I was doing. I'm gonna listen to you from the phone. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna listen to you. Okay.
It's a little delay. So Richie,
you can hear me.
I can hear you. What are you getting from the stream, Richie?
See, but it's behind though.
Yeah, it's a delay.
Man, Coach Condition, I'm so frustrated, bro, because I want to hear you and appreciate what you're saying. I wasn't ready for this, but I'm trying to.
It's okay, man. I'm not tripping, man.
You know what's the problem? Is it because I'm in StreamYard? I'm in my own StreamYard. Is that the problem? You can just nod your head because I'll just come out and do it from YouTube. Would that be easier? Because I don't know.
I don't know. I hear you perfect.
Okay, I hear you now. Okay, I got you. Okay, we good? We good?
Yeah. It's a little delay.
All right, we ready. All right, we ready.
So listen, guys, we got Richie Mack zoomed to Thailand. Richie is saving lives. And Richie, you know, I talked about the ABCs, the antecedents, the behaviors, and the consequences. And the antecedents to the behavior and the consequences of 4 minute Richie Mack is that people are not understanding what men are dealing with. Now, men and Richard more or less juxtapose and presume and assume that, you know, men that travel abroad are lames. They can't get wives.
Lame? Jeez, really?
Well, that's what some think. And I know, Richie, you from Hollywood, man, and you got that airy swag, so I know you had plenty of women. But they assume that, you know, you got to travel 1,000 miles abroad because you can't get a woman in America. And that's a myth. That's a huge myth. Because if I was a single man, that wouldn't be a problem for me, and it's not an issue for you. But part of that, Richie, is this shaming language. It's incessant shaming language. It's classic projection. But I want you to talk about what Zoom to Thailand is doing for so many men in modern America. And many men are being blessed and liberated by the work that you're doing, Richie, as it relates to men getting the best outcomes for them long term. Tell the audience about Zoom to Thailand and why you decided to become a content creator for Zoom to Thailand.
Why did I become because, you know, when I got here, like it was like Gilligan's Island. Like I planned on being here for like a month. You know, it was a 3-hour tour, and then the pandemic hit, and then I just been here ever since, man. I didn't have a grandioso plan. I was coming out here to buy property, like I've stated before. I just wanted a way to expand my business, my Airbnb business. But then when I saw how great people are treated and the stress, no stress, and just people just respecting us, you know, us black men, it was a no-brainer for me. So what I also figured out was because there was a pandemic, everybody was at home.
Right.
So everybody's at home. So now I'd love to know the stats on how many podcasts opened up because of the pandemic. Like there were so many podcasts. But I said to myself, everybody got a podcast, but everybody ain't doing it from Thailand. So that was my angle. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna do mine a little different. I'm just gonna showcase my life and what it feels like and show men, and not just men, but men and women, that you don't have to settle. Like you don't have to settle for what you've been putting up with all these years, man. There's options out there all around the world, not just Thailand, but everywhere. So that was my thing. So that's pretty much what it was for me. You know, it definitely wasn't about not being able to get women. Like just so we're clear, just to clean up any of the drama. Shamar Moore and Cuba Gooding Jr. were in my wedding when I got married. So you can imagine what my bachelor party was like. Like it's not even, when you're in the entertainment business, like having beautiful women is like it's just like being an athlete or whatever. It's like, you know, that's part of it. So that wasn't it at all. I love traveling. I love getting away. That's therapy for me.
Right.
Traveling is getting on a plane and getting off in a different place where I don't have to think about all the problems, shootings at the mall, and all of the drama. Every time I watch the news, I get stressed out. You know what I mean? So that's what it was for me. Nothing to do with being. But that's people that usually say that. Culture clinician are people who obviously don't have a passport.
Right.
I've never met anyone with a passport that's traveled that's come back with that type of rhetoric. It's usually people that's never been anywhere. That's my general consensus. Hope I answered your question.
No, you did an awesome job, Richie. You know, and you talked about it extensively in the past about, I know you were married at one point, and I know you loved your wife.
10 years, yeah.
And, you know, when you fall in love, man, I remember those painful songs of falling in love. You know, I was listening to the Stylistics. Best that's golly wow.
Oh, don't get me singing the Stylistics. That's one of my favorite groups.
Listen to the Stylistics, man. They're depressed, you know. And I'm gonna tell you something, Richie. You know, I tell men never fall in love. Never fall in love. You should love within reason, but you should never fall. Because falling in love, Richie, can be very dangerous to the psyche of a man. But I'm gonna ask you a question. Why is it that you think in these modern times that women don't protect their man's ego? They don't protect his ego. They don't value his masculinity, because you were married to a very prominent woman. And I don't think you filed for it. Well, I don't know who filed, but.
No, I filed.
Oh, you did file, right.
Let's get it straight.
Okay.
I filed. Like most of the time, they file. I'm one of the exceptions to the rule. My whole thing is I have to be happy at any under any cost. And if we're not happy, I can't keep going through these motions. Like, we're not happy, we got to do something else. Like, we tried though. I mean, my ex-wife is an attorney, and I was with her when she was undergrad and was going to be a clinical psychologist.
Right.
The reason why she didn't is because she had a scholarship to Carbondale, and she didn't want to leave California. And she wanted me to come with her. I'm like, I can't. I'm an actor. I can't leave. Where am I acting? So I said, why don't you, apply for being an attorney? It pays more money. You got less years. Cause I think you got to do 5 to be a psychologist and 3 to be an attorney. She tried it. She got scholarship offers from USC, UCLA, and Loyola Marymount. And she went on to do her thing, man. Very proud of her. You know what I mean? She did her thing. But becoming an attorney, and she's a beautiful woman. So there was a lot of, in my opinion, like sexism going on, and calling her honey and babe and all of that stuff. And that's kind of like what turns women into pit bulls, because they lose their femininity in jobs like that. And so she became kind of masculine, and that's not what I married or signed up for. So I was like, okay, I'm signing up for the country woman, just very simple, just excellent mother, like just good person. But as time went on, as being an attorney, it became a totally different person. It was a lot of stress for her. It wasn't just her fault. It was a lot of stress for her. Right. She was under a lot of stress trying to make, being a partner is a whole stress to try to do that. It was just a lot of stuff that weighed on our marriage. You know what I mean? So shout out to her. She's doing her thing. I'm very proud of her. I love her. I wish nothing but the best for her. But if we're not happy, you know what I mean? We got to go. My key is happiness. I don't know how many minutes I have left on this earth. So it's I got to be happy. She has to be happy. We got to be happy. And that's what it is. That's why if you notice about my channel and me, I'm always happy. People are always talking about, well, why don't you talk about when people get their heart broken? Why don't you talk about, this and that? It's like, that's not my experience. My experience is being in a happy place. And if I'm not happy, I move on to a different experience. That's just what it is and what it was. So, there it is. I was trying to bring you up.
Everything you're saying is profound, and that's that Aries in you, man. You're a fire sign like me. Y'all Aries, y'all get bored quick. If days don't work, y'all move on. Y'all move fast.
10 years though. I was 10 years. I ain't never been in a relationship longer than 2 years.
Right.
10 years we did. Right. You know what I mean? And that was a milestone for me. That's why I said like you stated earlier, I don't know if I could ever get married again, because I don't want to deal with that pain. Like you say, you listen to stylistics. You know what I would listen to? I would listen to Neither One of Us Wants to Be the First.
Yes, that was one of mine too. Yes. Every time I would listen to a dog, Neither One of Us, I'll start crying.
I was crying. Depressed. Right. And then I turn on Sugar Free. So I would listen to that, and then I go to Sugar Free. Right. You know what I mean? I've never hit a woman. No, you know what I mean? I would go back and forth. I would cry, listen to the sad music, being depressed, and then I would listen to, all the hip hop songs that taught us, Snoop Dogg, all of them taught us not to fall in love, not to trust, and we don't listen because we think they songs, but the things they were saying were profound.
It is profound.
Yeah, I'd have to have that balance.
Right, and every time I see you, man, in Thailand, you just seem so happy. We're going to get James Turner. I'm really thinking about
James Turner in the building. Let me tell you something, James Turner. James Turner, let me tell you something. The kosher clinician, he can't have one conversation with me without bringing your name up. That's how much he loves and reveres you.
He's a good brother, man. He's a good brother.
He wants you to come out here. He wants you to find a noodle. He ain't saying that. He ain't fronting for the cameras. He always says that.
I'm real, man. I'm genuine.
He always says that, and he means it, James Turner. So because of him, I got you. And that's
And James don't even realize how much power he got. I tell him all the time, man. James is making big bank, and so we gonna get James a noodle. But I gotta change the law in his mind. I gotta give him a little bit more therapy on the back end, man.
This place is therapy. This place is therapy. It's therapy. Because people give the stereotypes about certain parts of Thailand and all that stuff. And, there's truth to that. Luke Casely. Let me just say something about Luke Casely.
I love Luke Casely.
Wait. I got to say something about Luke Casely, man. First of all, everybody loves Luke Casely.
I love it too.
Everybody loves Luke Casely. But I'm jealous, kosher clinician. I ain't never had Luke Casely on my show. She don't come nowhere near me. I think I might have seen one response. Luke Casely, what did I do? What did I do? I went on, and at first I thought, we got to make this a Luke Casely moment real quick.
Right.
First I thought Luke Casely was just that picture. It wasn't her. Like a lot of people just hide behind a picture.
Right.
Behind a picture and talk. Luke Hazley came on that stream the other day. I was like, excuse my cough, I'm getting over a cold. I was like, it's really Luke Hazley. I was like, wow. So Luke Hazley, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know what I did, but I need you in my life. I need you on the Thailand. I only got a 3% female following, which is okay. I love. I do this for the men, but it's always nice to have someone with a balanced perspective, like a Luke Hazley and all of that stuff, man. You know, I got up to her. Huh?
No.
So
Luke
Luke
Hazley,
Hazley, you listening? Luke Hazley, Richie Mack, don't forget me, okay? I'm a little jealous. You with Coach Clinician, you with the lead attorney, you with everybody before the bench, but Richie Mack can't get no love. Come on, Luke Hazley.
No, Lucas, she's awesome, man. It's so powerful when you can hear women like her support black male content. It's women like her that are genuine. But Luke Hazley grew up in a culture where she saw masculinity. She saw men being men. And Guapo, man. He was in Brazil. Their culture is a culture where they reverence men. But we don't have that here in America as much. And I tell me and Richie that they have more power than they realize. They just got to exercise that power. Look at what you said. You said that, you didn't tolerate the BS you had from your ex-wife. You just moved on. And, it don't mean you don't love her. But I promise you somewhere in the recesses of her mind, she's probably saying, DAM, I wish I had hung on to my husband. Because I promise you, and I could be wrong, but I don't think she found another Richie Mack. I could be wrong.
She definitely can't find another Richie Mack. But I have to be in all honesty. I was not perfect. I had a lot of mistakes and flaws in me.
I respect your honesty.
I was very abrasive the way I talked because that's the way I was talked to as a child. She, you know what I mean? You can't talk to a woman the way you talk to a man. Like I was very I had a lot of stuff to work on within myself. So it wasn't just her. It was me too. You know what I mean? But I think the way it ended was just very unnecessary. Like she was, and they're going Keith Jenkins. That's dude. You got an all-star group. Keith Jenkins is man. Come on, Keith Jenkins. I watched Keith Jenkins drop a $300 super chat on a brand new YouTuber. I was jealous about that too, Keith Jenkins. But I'm still happy though. I'm happy, man. I'm glad you set it off. But it's like Coach Clinton, you have some great people. I just want to see. I want to see you and Gail at Night get together. She did a thing about psychology of a woman not having a father, and I said, Coach Clinician would have been perfect. But Gail at Night is the kind of person that's scared to ask. Not scared. I shouldn't use that word. Scared to ask, but she just I don't want to bother him, and I don't want to do that. And Coach Clinician, if you know about the stylistics, you know about neither one of us as the first to say goodbye. The first thing that you should think about when you hear Gail at Night talk is Roberta Flack. Her voice, just like Roberta Flack. I'm like, you better start singing, girl. You better do something. So yeah, man. I just believe we all need to be together, man. We all need to support each other, man. Because people like the Luke Hazleys and the Keith Jenkins that come on and support, don't ask for nothing back. Like I'll be honest, when I first, because I'm in Thailand, nobody knew about my channel, so I was like, how do I break in this algorithm? What do I do? So I just started studying people, the bigger channels, and I watched how lead attorney was so good to people, helping them out. I said, all I got to do, I booked a consultation with him just so he'd know who I was. I let him look at my channel. He told me what I needed to do, helped me out a lot, but I knew it was a strategy. I knew he's only going to tell the truth. He don't BS to me. He tells he shoots right from the hip. So I said, now the next time I come on, I'm going to give a donation. And see what he says, you know what I mean? And that turned into a commercial. So it's like, so for that investment I made, I had a commercial with this man saying how my channel was, the quality, and I'm sure a lot of people went over just on the strength of him saying it.
Oh, so, no doubt. Yeah. Your channel, man, if you guys have not checked them out, it sounds weird, but go check out Zoom to Thailand, Richie. I mean, I'm just a star. He's a planet.
No, yeah, right. No, it's not a competition. No, you healing people. Your star is much brighter than mine. And I tell people all the time, it's not a competition for me who got the most numbers. I make it a competition for people who have more than me, but people that have less than me, it's not about that. It's all about what you bring to the table. It's all about the quality to me. Right. And you're bringing, that's what I loved about you, because you're bringing something different. A lot of people don't even know they need the healing that you're bringing. They don't know. You know what I mean? That's why I try to come and support whenever I can. I know my audience may not think that they need that, but it's the fact that just to watch an educated brother. Well, I mean, I heard you say today with 3 degrees. You know what I mean? People, you guys got to understand. The only people that really can understand that are people that went to college and graduated. Like, we don't understand. I didn't go. I only went for 1 semester, and then my acting career started to, I started to make a little noise, so I stopped. And I was a JC. Right. You know what I mean? What you've been through and what you've had to go through and endure. And I know being in North Carolina, you say it's the greatest state in the union and all that. The greatest state in the union. I know it's had to be some racism down there somewhere. Whatever it was, you dealt with it and you still ride with North Carolina. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a lot. Your story alone and how you got to where you are is a story within itself. So no, it is, man. And it's a testament to grace. A lot of hills and valleys, victories and failures. But, I'm so honored, man, that, I want to get my channel to at some point where you guys are at. I know that mental health is a stigma in the Black community, and it's growing steadily. It's growing steadily. And shout out to good brothers like yourself. The thing I love about you, man, you, Guapo, I don't know if it's an Aries thing, Anton. I love Guapo. Some of the most genuine brothers that I know. Leader Turner, good brother too. You guys are just genuine brothers, and it's hard to find genuine brothers because, men, we have to be very careful because we have egos. I got a big ego, but I have to keep it under wraps because if you don't keep it under wraps, it can become very damaging and very negative. And so, like I said, man, you're a good brother. You stand up, brother. You come through. Because I study people and watch people, and you are one of the most consistent brothers. You and Guapo, you guys are extremely consistent that I know, man. And I'm forever grateful, forever honored. And we still got to do a show, man, on your smaller channel. I want to do a show talking about mental health because it's needed. So whenever you get ready, you let me know. And if Gail at Night is listening, I'll be more than honored to come on her channel. Thank you. Gail at Night, but she's up right now. Like Gail at Night has her channel going right now. So I was flipping back and forth because I don't know. Remember, I wake up, it's Saturday morning here. So I wake up, I don't know what's going on. I know I'm supposed to be with Taylor Made Dreams in a minute. What? Shout out to Taylor Made Dreams. Okay. What time? You gotta go. You gotta go now? In a minute. I mean, I gotta, what time is it? Out there. What time is it? He's in Dominican Republic, so I think his thing is in like an hour. Okay, so I gotta get. How many more minutes you got? You got 2 minutes, 5 minutes? I got a couple. I got a few more minutes, but I know time will just give me a time. Just give me a time so I can make sure you. 10 minutes. Is that okay? That's perfect. That's perfect. All right, 10 minutes is gonna be 20. That's why I said 10. No, we're gonna keep it at 10. So you seem so happy, man. You got a beautiful noodle. You call your beautiful girlfriend noodle. Thai noodle. Yeah, but let me say something. Let me say something though, just so we're clear. I'm very happy. I didn't come out here looking for a relationship. I went through a horrible divorce. Like relationship, marriage, any of that stuff is the last thing on my mind. I came out here for business. It just happened that way. So I'm trying to tell people and all your listeners, James, everybody, the easiest way to get in a good relationship is to not look for it. Right. It has to just flow. Right. It has to just flow. You can't, I'm gonna get a wife. I'm gonna do this. It's not what it's about, man. You gotta let it, because women, my opinion, I got a documentary called Still Single, A Divorced Man's Journey to Understanding Women. Mm-hmm. And you got to understand, y'all talking about this now. I did this documentary 10 years ago. I was just scared to put it out because I thought the woman nation was going to come after me. So I was like, because we were all fearful as men before this manosphere thing happened. We were fearful. I was scared because I'm actually put it out now. I'm going to probably put it out on my smaller channel and see how it does because it's a really good documentary. But because my kids were young, they were going through a bunch of stuff. It was a bunch of unnecessary stuff. Let me promote it for you. I'll promote it. Me and Al both will promote it. I'll be more than glad to promote it. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I would love to see it. Now, me personally, I wouldn't have been scared. I'm just that crazy. I'm not scared at all. But I was scared. Because you got to remember, I'm an actor. I do commercials for McDonald's and Coca-Cola and Burger King and IBM. I do that. I could get, you know what I mean? Acting is my living. You know what I mean? Like I promote all the biggest Fortune 500 companies there were back in those days. So I couldn't rock the boat in any kind of way. Now I don't give a shit. But then I was scared, and my wife's an attorney, so it was just and we were not on any type of good terms at the time. Like I was being vilified in court, like it was a lot of stuff, man. It was a lot of stuff because women, and this Coach Connection. I'm not saying all women. I'm saying a lot of women in divorce. They play a lot of games and they play that woman card on you, and they can really. And my wife was an attorney, so she knew how to play the woman card and fortunately, everything was worked out in my favor because I just stood on the truth. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have no prison record. I take care of my kids. I don't have no child support issues. Like, I'm a upstanding citizen, quote unquote. Mm-hmm. So it's like, there was really nothing you couldn't put the stereotypical black man stuff on me. It's like I did everything. I have every bit of documentation of my kids from the time she was pregnant to the birth, coming out of the birth canal to the first steps, first day of school, graduation. I've been there in every step of the way. So if anybody tried to change the history, we can just go back to the tape because the videotape don't lie. I've been there for every step.
And what's so funny? It's so funny, Richie. Every time I do shows, man, like this with you and talking about good sisters, the numbers will start dropping.
Let it drop. You know what I mean? The bottom line is we coming from the truth. Man. If it's just me and you talking, I don't care. We just talking the truth. As long as the truth come out, it is what it is. And that's nothing too. I'm going to tell you, KC, don't worry about the numbers, bro. I mean, because I'm saying that and I do the same thing. Like my numbers have dropped, ever since I started doing live streams, which is why I'm moving my live stream over to the other channel because I don't want it to affect all the hard work I put in to get where I am. But then again, as long as I'm doing good work, it don't matter. Like, let them drop, let them say what they want. But it's all about love. That's all I care about.
Yeah, it's all about love.
Oh, there goes Dre. That's now that's the coach. Now I call Andre the coach because when you mess up, Dre will tell you what you're doing wrong and put you on the bench. He'll put you on timeout for a couple of minutes. You gotta check it with the coach. Yeah, it's a strong group. Like you said, El Guapo, Andre, Coach and Clinician, all of the people, the up and coming people, like it's like the Luke Hazleys, like all of these people that support. It's like we got to just let that seed grow into a flower, grow into a tree, because if we keep watering that seed and watering that flower, it's going to grow. So don't worry about the numbers, brother. Just keep doing you.
Oh, no doubt. I'm definitely going to keep doing it. It's just so weird, man, that anything dealing with black male liberation and telling our women to become better, and that when you got women like Luke Hazley, when you got women like Chantelle Simone and Shalalemia Moffett, but you say you want a good man, but you want men to lie to you. And I don't understand it. Shout out to Michael Green for that $5 cash out. Real quick, man, you got you a noodle.
Yeah, I got to stop calling her that. People are saying that's it's offensive. People like, how'd you like it if that's like her calling you Kool-Aid. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But that's my personal name that I have for her. Her name is Elle, but that's my nickname. She called me Uan. You know what Uan means? Uan means fat in Thai, because I'm a fat. I ain't fat, but you know what I mean. I can stand to lose a few pounds. But that's our little pet names. But but somebody told me, you shouldn't say that. It's not respectful. So I'm trying to get out of the noodle thing and say Elle, because her real name in Thai is Uliwan. So Americans can't say that, so she's named it Elle.
Right. Well, people are so sensitive. Shout out to Andre and Andre Love Crossing Board. Listen, Andre, I need you to come on the show at some point, brother.
Man, you got to bring him.
I've been telling Andre, man. I said, Andre, I dropped the link for Andre today. Andre, man.
Drop the link for Andre right now. Because when I leave, let me tell you something.
I'll drop it now. Andre, I've been telling Andre came up. I would love to do a show. Andre popped on yet. So I said, maybe, I don't know. Maybe Andre will like me. So.
Dre carried me. Dre, if he didn't like you, he wouldn't be here. That's the coach.
No doubt. Shout out to him. Come on, sign in. I'm Andre Love Crossing Board. Me and Zoom want to chop it up with you, brother, real quick. So
Dre carried me through an 8-hour live stream. It was my first live stream ever. It was 8 hours. I thought I was going to be on an hour and a half because, Lee was like, I only got an hour and a half or whatever. I'm like, cool. So I'm thinking 2 hours. 8-hour live stream, bro. It was wild. But Dre carried me through that. He dragged me through it. Really didn't even know each other like that.
Right. I love his content, man, about love crossing borders, and it gives me hope, man, for the brothers that are single. I just don't get it, instead of, women say they want to make their men happy, but just do the right thing. You do the right thing, there are plenty of single men that are looking for women. But so many have such a, narcissistic flavor. And, we talk about a remnant, Richie Mack, and, you talked about several times in the past that you could never come back to America, not because you hate America.
Not to live. Yeah, not to live.
Not to live, right. And, being where you're at, what has it done to your body, soul, mind, and spirit overall, Richie?
It's just like look up. I don't know if you can see outside. Mm-hmm. It's like it's that peace every day when I wake up. It's just like peace. It's like there's no racism that I've experienced. There's no, I haven't had any kind of real negative situations. I got in trouble one time. I did get in trouble one time. I might do an episode about it. And they took me to the police station actually. And that's when I realized that I'm a visitor here. I am not. This is not. I can't be on some. You are a visitor, and if they want to do whatever, say whatever, they can get you on. I didn't have my passport on me, so that was enough for them to. You know what I mean? They can decide what they want to do when they want to do. Generally speaking, man, it's a cool. You got to actually do something usually to, or do something wrong or outside of the rules to get in any kind of, silliness, but. For the most part, man, it's just dope. Look at Luke Clazy. She writing again. See, how do you, man? Luke Casey, I'm so jealous, man. I really am. Like, I don't never get no Luke Casey on my thing.
She gonna show you some
condition, I'm jealous. You jealous about numbers. I'm jealous about Luke Casey. I've been like jocking Luke Casey. I sent a little message to her the other day when I was watching Gail at night. You know what I mean? Just dude, I don't know how she do it because she's on Gail at Night's channel too. Luke Casey, you multitasking like I was doing. You multitasking because I've seen you over there too. Luke Casey, in my mind, I would love to see a reality show about Luke Casey, like how she is able to navigate all these different channels and support everybody.
Right.
How do you do that?
She is an awesome woman, man, a beautiful woman, kind. We need more women like her. And, I think when we start seeing quality women like her, the Chantelle Simones, the Shalalemia Moffats, then it's going to cause a level of jealousy for those women that are not doing to either step their games up or be left behind. So I'm extremely honored that Luke Casey.
But that's the question you asked earlier. You asked earlier about the women, why they won't change. Real quick, where's Luke Casey from? Because
she's from South America. She's from Venezuela. So yeah, right.
Once again, it goes back to the culture. But
it's the culture, right?
But that's why I've always had an affection for Latinas. Like that's always been my like in LA. Yes, that's all I really dated was Latinas. You know what I mean? I love my sisters, but it's just the mentality. And the thing of it is about sisters, like we got to be honest, it was the men in the 70s that made the sisters that created the daughters where they are today. Because back then, sisters was nigga stand by your man and woman to woman, like when black women was down back then.
They were down back in the day.
They was down, like, and the black men, a lot of them did this to them to make them like that. So they grew up telling their daughters, your daddy ain't shit. If he ain't got this, you don't need no man, and get you a degree, you be independent. They was taught that into their heads. But the problem is when that happened, we lost grandma. And there's no more grandma. There's no more of that. Like these kids now, they having grandmas at 42 years old. And who do they answer to? You know what I mean? It's like it's been broken. The family structure has been broken. Right. And and it's not all black women's fault. It was the crack in the 80s. A lot of women turned into crackheads. You know what I mean? It was a lot of stuff that black women had to endure, raising kids by themselves. Like it's just a lot of stuff that they had to endure. And now they just hardened. Not all of them, but some of them are just hardened women now, you know what I mean? And they don't know any other way. So, it's sad because it's a cycle that's broken. And now, the black men that's coming up now are great fathers. Like my brothers were like not the best fathers. You know what I mean? Like I made it a vow not to ever be like them with my kids. Mm-hmm. And I caught the most hell in court. And these dudes didn't really do nothing, and they didn't catch nothing. So it's just a cold cycle that goes on. So it's not all the way they fought. But when you look at a person like a Luke Casey, all you got to do is look at the foundation. Of
it's the culture. Dre, Luke, Richie got to go in a minute. This is Shalalemia, man. Go check that sister out, man. She be dropping some fiery gems. She's an Aries like you. She's a good sister, man. She's one of the rare sisters in these spaces that's holding down black men. She's a good sister. She's been on my platform before. Good sister. She got that fiery fire like you and I, man. She's a fire.
And she's right. And she's right. A lot of women understand. A lot of women understand that being female is attractive. Yes, it's so attractive, especially to like alpha males. Like we want a woman. Like we don't want a man. Like it started to me because I come from hip hop culture. It started for me with rap music. Like, the women was hard. You know what I mean? It was like dudes. I need a gangster beat. I need it was all like, so being cool was being gangster and all of that stuff. And it's like, no, man, that's what I love about, being in Thailand and other countries. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to go to Africa. I want to see what the women in Africa are like because it all boils down to the culture. Bottom line. Oh, BMT. Hey, I got beef with BMT, right? Hey, see, these people are coming in. BMT, I can't say why I got beef with you, but you know I ain't seen you, BMT. I need to, hey, right. BMT, that's my guy, man.
I was in Brazil with him, man. Me and Aaron. I did a show with Aaron, man. I was in Brazil.
He is Brazil. You know what I mean? He is Brazil. But I'll tell you, if I come to Brazil and I don't see BMT, I would be offended. You know what I mean?
You and I, you and me and Guapo, man, and the league attorney become, man, we're going to have to get on the wings of an eagle, man.
Yeah. And you coming out here, KC? KC, you coming out here?
I'm thinking about coming down, man, popping, showing you some love, man. I really want to cover James Turner, man. It's going to be therapeutic for him. And you're correct, man. You know, I said that one of the 7 steps to male optimization is world travel. World travel is one of the great equalizers to helping men understand the power that they have. And what you're saying is so transparent, but also is very tranquil, because you're right, Richie Mack. You know, you and I, half of our life is over with. At some point, we're going to stand before God and meet our Creator. And you don't want to live your life in a time, in a situation where you're miserable, you're not happy, and when you're not getting the outcomes that you want. And that's why, you know, I decided to do my channel as a licensed therapist, you know, because, you know, I went to Carolina, but, you know, a lot of the things I talk about, man, you know, it's not necessarily PC, and I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just a male advocate, and being a male advocate in very modern times can be very dangerous. But because I have an abiding love for the brotherhood, I do what I do. I love to see men happy, man. When I see you happy, man, you smiling, I be seeing you doing that Richie Mack dance, man. I even got a clip of you, man. I'll be laughing my ass off, man. So that dude is so funny, man. We just need to keep this train going, man. Keep our egos in check, man. Work together as men, empower one another, love one another. We're not going to agree on all things, and that's okay. But what we do agree on, Richard Mack, is that there's a crisis in heteronormative masculinity that needs to be addressed. And until we begin to understand what men want and what men need, what men are saying, we will not concede to modern dogma and modern liberal thought. We're going to get what we want. And if we can't get what we want, we're going to stay single until we get what we want. And that's why I keep telling men over and over again, they have more power. You know, you talking about the population of Thai women real quick, and I'm going to let you go. And Dre, I called Dre like 3 times. Man, man, call Dre one more time, man. I don't know what Dre doing.
Yeah, I don't know the phone, but I'm gonna tell you a funny joke about an ego.
Right.
Because you're right, Coach Clinician. Like we all have egos, but you gotta remember, man, they done took everything from us. Only thing we have is our ego and our penis. You know what I mean? That's the only 2 things they couldn't take away from us. Right. They broke us down, took everything else. So I kind of understand the ego, but like you said, we have to get past the ego. Because I told my boy, like, you know, I was like, you know, dude, like, you know, when I was first doing Zoom to Thailand, he has a successful business. I'm like, man, you know, dude, you should invest in my channel. Like, you know, I think this is going to blow up, you know, da-da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, he's like, nah, I don't do business ventures. And I said, well, what about a loan? I'll pay you with interest. I don't do business loan. Wouldn't support me. That's one of my dearest friends. Love him to death, but he was not. See, the thing with Black people, a lot of people, especially my friends in the entertainment business, they ain't going to do nothing to hurt you, but they ain't going to do nothing to help you either. That's like that's pretty much how it works with Black people. I ain't gonna do nothing to hurt you, but I ain't gonna do nothing to help you either. So later on, when my channel blew up, now all of a sudden he wants to, you know, hey man, I was thinking about it, you know, because he got me his friends, you know, man, my friend want to talk to you. He don't believe I know you, and Zoom to Thailand, we this and that. And he watch your channel and say hello, and it became that. And then he was like, okay, I want to help. You know what I mean? Like, well, you know, I remember you asked me before. I said, nah, I'm good now, bro. I said, because when I asked you, you know, when I needed it, you didn't want to help me. I said, now you want to help me. I said, plus, you know, you got a lot of ego with what you say. You know what he told me is the funniest shit in the world. He said, my ego got an ego.
Well, at least
I ain't never heard that. Excuse my cough, I'm getting over a cold.
No, you're fine. Let me show you this real quick.
Ego got an ego.
let me show you this real quick, Rich. I know you got to go. Dre, if you can pop on, man, pop on. This is my friend Shalalemia, but I'm going to speed it up a little bit to where you're at. Yeah. And because I know you got to go. Hold tight. Yeah. All right. This is the brother show you did recently, man. And you're talking about surrogates, man. And I want you to address that for a few minutes, and then you got to go. I know you got to go. Hold tight.
I'm gonna have him. His name is Malcolm. He lives in Germany.
Tell Malcolm about me, man. Let's do a show.
Absolutely. Right. I'm supposed to go live with him on my stream, which will be Sunday afternoon your time, Monday morning my time.
Well, listen.
And I'll definitely set that up. Man, he was a subscriber. He came to Thailand because of me, is what he said.
Right.
We had that conversation. It was completely organic.
Right.
And he really laid some knowledge on all of us, man.
Well, man, when we gonna set our date, man? I got you on camera, down, man. So when you and I gonna set our date?
I mean, you can come on this. Actually, you can come on this. What would be Sunday for you?
Oh, no. I'm gonna be in Charlotte, man. I'm going to see the Hornets play, man.
No. See now when I set it up. Oh no. You see that? I got you on camera. I said you come.
I already had something planned. I'm talking about. I want a kosher event, man. You got to make it fit and proper, man. I want you to roll out the red carpet, and I just want a solo show, man. And we chop it up like that. So.
Okay, whatever. See, you already a diva. Coach Kanichile got to be on my turn, my date, my carpet. All right, Casey. I can't argue with you because I know if I ever need some therapy, I know where I'm going. We all need therapy.
I'll give it to you for free, man, because you're my homie, man. You'll get it for free. Hold tight, Rich.
I'm tired of America, so I'm hitting Richie on the net. I got the tickets, that's a bet. We need the link, my brother set it up. Damn, I didn't had enough. Ooh, I won't lie. Can I get a little shake with them fries? My skin tone is matching your eyes. Black men, you know we like them thighs.
I'm telling you the new wave that's about to happen, though. It's already started, but I'm going to hear about it more. Men are starting to pay for surrogates to have their kids, so they can just take their kid, live their life. Don't pay no child support, nothing like that. That's a new thing. It already started in Europe. I already know a few boys that's doing it in the States. Yeah, because if I got to pay you $50,000 to carry my child, but then you sign over the rights, I sit there and take care of my kid the way I see fit. The government ain't involved, nothing. I walk away, my seed continues, lives on. I don't got none of the headache.
Word? Strap in, y'all. This is going to be an episode like you've never seen. I'm the Travel OG, and I traded in my Hollywood lifestyle for the sexy beaches of Pattaya, Thailand. We're bringing you exclusive interviews. The Travel OG. This the dude that hooked me up with the brothers in Thailand. That's Mike, a.k.a. the Professor. Okay. Let me tell you, this guy, now when you come, this is who you talk to. You dig? My man. What up, guys? I always say I have the best subscribers and supporters in the game. And this is just another example. I get people that write in and tell me they're coming and they want to meet up, and I'm usually so busy working and editing, I don't even have time to return a lot of emails. But this guy, Malcolm, rolled up on me when I was having lunch with Elle and Vitaly, and he told me something that changed my life. He said, I came out here because of you, Travel OG. You inspired me to book my flight to Thailand. I was speechless. There's a responsibility that comes with that. To know what I'm doing out here in Thailand is affecting people in the world the way it is humbles me even more. Although I only got to see him once, our meeting is having a lasting effect on me and how I think. He later went to Phuket and showed me so I can show you how it's...
Real quick, I know you got to go. What was that conversation about, brother? How did that brother and that conversation change your life, man? Real quick, I know you got to go. But what was so profound about this conversation, man, and how did it change your life? Because many men are getting surrogates now, and that's a response to the toxicity that lie in America. And, you know, some are saying, Richie, you talked about earlier, the men that hurt women. And I agree there was a partition or percentage of impact of women, but some would say that they got with the rebellious bad boys, not necessarily hard-working, blue-collar, good men. How many women did you see in high school, and I saw in high school, that looked past decent men only to get with men that only ended up breaking their hearts and got with several other women? So I always tell people, be careful not to equivocate the broader masses of black men with a percentage of men that did damage and hurt to these women. But go ahead, man. What was this conversation about? Tell the audience. And you're saving lives, man. A lot of people are inspired by what you're doing. But let's talk about this guy and artificial wombs and how your work is saving the lives of so many, real quick, because I know you got to go.
Man, cultural clinician, man, it's like when I hear people say, like he said that same thing, like I didn't even know that it would have the effect that it's having. Remember, I'm in Thailand, so I don't get to walk around and see people go, yo, Travel OG. I don't know. I'm just normal out here. So I haven't been home in 2 years. So, you know, the only time I can really understand the effect is when people like you, people such as yourself, say that. And I do get a lot of emails and stuff like that, which really, really, man, makes me feel good, man. That means I'm doing God's work when I'm inspiring people to do better, you know what I mean? Or see there's a better way or give hope. But when I had the conversation with him, it was organic. That's pretty much what it was. Like I didn't know about men being surrogates. You know, I didn't know that men were doing that, raising their own kids. He just laid a bunch of information on me, pretty much like you saw, and it changed me. But the thing that struck me the most about the impact is when Luke Casey said he also had beneficial wounds. Jeez, what's the world coming to? When he said, I came out here because of you. Like literally, like there's a lot of people that write me and go, yeah, man, we gonna come, man. Me and my boys, we can't wait to get out there. And I hear that, but when somebody's standing in my face, looking me in the eye, that tells me I came because of you, and he's a good person, you know what I mean, with good intentions and all that stuff. It just, man, it don't nothing feel better than that, bro. It's like, you know, to hear that and inspire. And that's why, like, I'm working on my episode. Hey, Coach Condition, I'm telling you now, the next episode I'm doing, Thailand versus Los Angeles, is going to be my best work you've seen. It's like, I can't wait. It's going to be fire. I stopped Thailand versus Philippines to do this episode with him because he had that much of an impact on me. Right. Like because of the things he said. And you know, I was like, you know, and I also wanted to know if what he was saying was spot on or not, because he was kicking out facts and it was like, I don't know, but I'm going to put it out. But the response we've gotten is 98% like, yep, he's spot on, or yep, he's making a point, and yes, so he knows what he's talking about. So I'm gonna bring him back this Sunday for you guys, and then I might do a whole nother episode because people want to see more and hear more of what he has to say. But I'll definitely plug him up with you. Good guy. His name is Malcolm. He actually lives in Germany now. He's right. I don't know if he's in the service or retired from the service, but he's definitely military or ex-military. Not exactly sure. I'll let him tell you. But just knowledgeable with all of that stuff, man. So yeah, he's
right. And it's powerful, man, because it's giving men alternatives outside of their current experience. I believe men or women, like you were saying, people think, even though my channel is dedicated to male empowerment, I'll say to the women that are single, if you can't find what you're looking for here in America, travel abroad. But there's travel abroad with the understanding that men in other countries don't operate like Western men. Western men.
Wait, I got to interrupt you. Excuse me, Casey, because the point you made, before I forget, you made a good point. I'm sorry, you asked the question. Every time you talk, I remember the question you asked. You mentioned about how women pick the wrong guys, the bad boys. You mentioned that. You know, there's a lot of good men out there, which there are. But you got to remember, that's biblical. You got to remember, Adam and Eve. Adam was a good man. Right. Eve chose to listen to the devil and the serpent because women are attracted naturally to things that aren't right for them. The bad boy, the tattoos, the motorcycle, the gang members, the murders, the killers. There's a woman I know was a lawyer with a family with 4 kids. Left her husband and family to be with a man that was on death row. Right. That's true. How does that happen? Like what is the mentality when you've been to law school, you're an attorney, you're going to leave your kids and your family to be with a man that's on death row? That means whatever he was saying was everything she needed to hear. He unlocked a bunch of codes and got her to do stuff. So, you know, like I say, you know, I'm not a big zodiac thing like you, but I know I'm an Aries. I know people that were born under the same time have tendencies to act the same. I get that. But a lot of people, you know, they live their life through things other than God. And I think that's where we lose, you know, our sense of being, because, you know, women are, a lot of times, not all women are usually attracted to what's not right for them. And then they want to prove everybody wrong. You are 1,000% correct, you know, and let me qualify something. I don't live by the zodiac as it relates to I don't think you do.
No, I don't study and say, well, I chart my life, but what it says as a balance, what it says about me and you as a base is true. So living by, meaning that's divination, that's witchcraft. I don't study the zodiac to chart my life. But what it says as a base model as it relates to who I am as a person, it's very much true. Leos are very gregarious people. Big egos, kind, friendly, go-getters, hardworking, won't back down, you know, very charismatic, very creative. What it says about you guys, y'all very passionate. Y'all can be abrasive. Y'all can be selfish. Y'all got big egos. You know, you, Guapo, and Anton Daniels. Aries. But Leo's got big egos too. So sun signs are very effervescent. We're very warm. We're very generous. We're very kind. We can be loyal. But, you know, them sun sign Aries and Leos, they love women. You know, they love women.
Can't help what we love, man. Can't help what we love.
Love women and love to get it in, man. So you know, it's a good foretelling about who we are as people. But Do I live my life by reading a horoscope? No, because that's witchcraft. But I'm gonna let you go, man. I love you so much, man. You are an awesome brother, man. And something else, you said something that was powerful and profound. I'm gonna do a show called "Beware of the Snake Whisperer." And beware the snake whisper goes back to, like you were talking about, women get informed through their ears. That's how the serpent came to the woman through her ear gate. He came to her through her ear gate. And most of the men that you talked about are just like the snake whisper. And what you said is very profound. You know, Lucifer was a type of snake whisper. You know, he came in the form of beauty only for that woman to see her demise. So what you're saying, man, is very powerful, but it's also very profound. And I'm going to tell you guys, y'all go check out Richie Mack. Even though I'm just a little star, I'm a star. He's a planet. go.
You're a wealth of information, and we need you. We need you. You're a wealth of information.
Check that brother out, man. I feel weird saying that. You know, his channel is way bigger than mine, but man, go check that brother out. He's an awesome brother. His show, I mean, he's saving a lot of people. And I'm saying, man, his level of humility is so great. Have you always been so humble, man? I mean, you're from Hollywood. You're so humble, man. You know.
Well, it's because of my spiritual base. You know what I mean? Like I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. I have common sense spirituality with God. You know what I mean? Like some people might call God karma. Right. You know what I mean? People might not say they believe in God, but they believe in karma. It's like everything has to make sense to me. But I had a lot at a young age. When I was young, I had a TV. I was one of the first people signed. I used to rap. I was the first rapper signed to a major label on the West Coast.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll talk about that. But at the same time I had that, I also had a TV series on CBS. Mm-hmm. So can you imagine you 19, you got a record deal and you got a TV series? Like my ego was out there. I didn't think I needed nobody. And I never forget this. I say this with all humility. It's like I pray every day. Grew up in church. I also grew up in a Jewish family. Also almost married a Muslim girl. Like I had every experience. That's why I say I'm spiritual, not religious, because I had every experience of it. And it's like I got on my knees and prayed when my record was about to come out. And I said, you know what, God, I don't even need you on this. I know this is going to blow up.
Oh, wow. Are you serious?
Let me tell you something, man. God has been spanking me ever since. And he spanked me into humility. And now it's 30 years later. Mm-hmm. And so I've learned, thank you, Ray. I learned that, you can't do it without God. You got to be humble because the same people you see coming up, you see them coming down. Right. So, and it don't cost you nothing to be nice to people and help people. Like that's what I learned about the lead attorney. It's like he don't have to do the stuff that he does, tell you how much he makes and do all that stuff. Like if I was in a situation with my ego, I might not have did that. I might not have been that way. I'm just going to shout out people. I'm not just going to tell you how much I make because where we come from, you don't tell people how much you make and all your personal stuff. You don't do that. Right. Just like classic example, Kevin Samuels. He don't like just let people just jump on his platform and start shouting out channels and stuff. He has a strict regimen of how he does things. So everybody's different, but it just taught me to be humble because I know God gave me a 30-year lesson, but I know that even though the channel's doing well and all that stuff, it can all be taken away at any time.
At any time,
so
right?
YouTube can just be like, you know what, dude, you're doing too much. Bye, and there's nothing I can do. There's no recourse. Just like in Thailand, like what if they say, hey man, we don't like the way you representing certain things. Stop. You know what I mean? Anything can happen. So I just learned to be humble and be good to people, man, because you never know. And I don't do it just because I expect something in return. I do it because it feels good. It feels good to just be able to do something for people when you don't have to. Because when people do stuff for me, when they don't have to do it, that's when I respect them the most, when they don't have to do it. A lot of people do it with an ulterior motive. But when you have no motive, somebody you stuck with a flat tire, somebody roll up on you and help you or help push your car off the road because you ran out of gas, like those type of things mean a lot to me. It means more than my quote unquote Hollywood life and all of that stuff. It's like, that means nothing. Like, to me, it's just, I'm just blessed enough to be able to do what I do. But Coach Clinician, love you, bro. Man, Patty Cakes in the building. Patty Cakes.
Shout out to Patty Cakes.
Patty Cakes. Patty Cake. The Patty Cakes got cakes? I don't know if I should be able to say that. I don't know if he got cakes. I'm still a brother. I still love my sisters.
Patty Cakes married, man.
Okay, Patty Cakes, forgive me. He
can't help it. That's that Aries, that Aries hole. He can't help it.
It is. I want to get
Noodle.
Yeah,
go get Noodle, man.
She's just shy. And that's another thing, too. She doesn't get it. Like, none of this she gets. Like, what's going on? She doesn't even understand. She's more popular than I am on my channel. I put a thing up with her. It gets more views and stuff that I do. You know what I mean? I think so. I think people like really resonate with her because they see like, damn, look what he has. I want that.
Yeah. And she's so humble, man. She's very humble, very girly girl. She's very feminine.
I love it. Yeah. Very feminine.
Well, tell New to come on so we can holler real quick and let you go,
I'm
man.
trying to shoot outside the house. Nudo! I got to get him, go get him. Let me see. Hold on, catch it. All
right, man, go ahead. You're a funny dude, man. So, guys, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream, man. Shout out to Patty Cakes for that $5 super sticker. She said loving the show, and I'm loving it as well. Shout out to Patty Cake. And, God, we're going to finish the stream in a minute. This has been a great stream, man. This has been an awesome stream, man. Love you guys for the support. And if you guys are enjoying Richie Mack, hit 1. If you're enjoying what I'm trying to do, hit 2.
And if you hate my guts, hit 3. I know there's a lot of women mad at me. If y'all hate me, hit 3. I understand. I still love y'all. I got love no matter what. She's in the shower, so remember it's Saturday morning.
Okay, right, Saturday morning.
I was wondering why she wasn't responding. I'm like, damn, girl, you hear me calling you? But yeah.
But you know what, man? I love your transparency, and yes, that's a truth. Them areas can be very arrogant, man. Very arrogant, egotistical. But I'm the same way. I said something similar to what you said, man. We can have a God complex, man. And, it's funny you talk about the leader Turner. He's a fish. I'm Pisces. So Pisces are empaths. They're givers. Christ was symbolic of the fish. But anyway, man, I know you got to go talk with Love Crossing Borders, man. Thank you so much for your kindness and your time. Man, I love you so much, man. I'm definitely going to support you. I'm going to tell more people about you. And like I said, don't forget it, brother, man. You got to lay the carpet out for the Leo. I want you to create a show.
I see. You got to be a certain kind of way. Right. You know what's funny? In Hollywood, we call that a rider. Like you give y'all a Hollywood term. Like
a rider. What's that?
A rider is like Cuba Gooding Jenny, love him to death, man. We went to high school together. One of my best friends. Right. When you get to a certain level, James, hey, and let James know. James, I do private consults, man. That's another thing I do, man. I can really like sit down and talk to you one-on-one and really like give you all the insight of what you need to do and what you need. That's another thing that supports my channel.
Right.
Private consults, I help people. So you can see that on my link if you want, James. I know totally up to you, but just it's an idea. But a rider is like you've heard this like actors, like rock and roll people, like everybody, like your rider is what they have to have in your contract. Like Cuba, on his rider, he has to have his boxing trainer come with him wherever he is, so he can work out being state. A rock star might say, in my dressing room, I need 2 bottles of vodka, 3 bottles of Hennessy, and I need M&Ms with no green jelly beans. I need a bowl of M&Ms, no green M&Ms in my thing. So somebody has to literally take out all the M&Ms. It's like literally like you can be real things that are absolutely necessary all the way down to petty. But if it's agreed in your rider, that's what they have to do. So like in your rider, you're saying, okay, I need it to be my day. I need it to be lay out the red carpet. I need to be my, you know what I mean? It's like, that's like a rider. So you're telling me what your rider is.
I would do the same for you because, I wanted to center around mental health. I don't want to dissect the show, but I wanted to center around what we're talking about, mental health, and, I've done it for you and I'll keep doing it for you. I'll promote you for free. But I definitely wanted to send around male mental health and male empowerment. And or we can do a dual show. You just let me know, man. I just want a show that's going to, whether it's a solo show or a show with 2 people, I don't care. You let me know it's your channel, but I definitely want to get the message out, man, because one of the 7 steps to male optimization is world travel. And once you get that one element, then you won't see the world the same again. And that's why what you're doing is so powerful, so paramount to what I'm trying to do as a therapist and a kosher and as the kosher clinician. Because if it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. So.
It ain't right. Hey, let me get us to nice sometimes. Wait, nice sometimes they spit some rhymes. Okay, nice sometimes. Let me give you something real quick just to let you know I'm real with this. I made this song is called She Used to Hate It Till She Hated It. It was a song that we talked about traveling and meeting other women a long time ago. But it go like this. Somebody got me for my Dane to Dane, so I left my shit there, caught the plane. This wasn't the plan, but I couldn't stay stranded. Somehow I ended up in Japan on another one-night stand. Konnichiwa, the girl had real tight eyes. Her name was Tai. She drove a samurai. She was filthy rich, living like a star because her father made cars and DVRs. She introduced me to her best friend, Sushi. We hopped out, cocked a few jokes about loose. I can't remember the rest of it, but it was taking you on a journey to different places around the world. I've been on this Coast Convention. That was from the 90s somewhere. I can't remember all of it. But
I made a rap too, man, back in the day too, man.
Oh, let me hear Jesse Jackson rap. Let me hear Jesse Jackson. I gotta hear this. Come on, I ain't leaving. See, I'm gonna be late for my thing. I gotta hear Jesse Jackson.
I'm gonna get it for you. You ready for it? You ready?
Yeah.
You
Come
ready?
on.
Watch it. Here you go. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is law. Malahal is on the microphone. I got the book in my hand called the Holy Quran, my friend. Is it quite necessary to repeat this phrase once again? Knowledge is power. Knowledge is an attribute of truth. Therefore, knowledge must be produced. Knowledge is the power that can stop the clan. Assalamu alaikum. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, there you go. Jesse Jackson in the building. Y'all know the Coast Commission sound like Jesse Jackson when he talks. I always call him Jesse Jackson. You heard the Jesse Jackson rap. Y'all got it live here. Y'all got it live. And with that,
man,
I'm going to get on out here.
Man, Richard Mack is wild, man. Shout out to Richard Mack, man. That was... we dropping bars, Luke Case. I'm dropping bars, man. That's them fire sound. Leo and Aries in the house, man. But yeah, so let's finish and listen to what Shalalemia was talking about, guys, real quick. And then I'm going to drop the link, man. I got to get ready because I got to be in Charlotte tomorrow. Or be out of town real quick. So hold tight, guys.
No more entanglements. No more entanglements.
Will, grab your balls and leave, partner. She keeps emasculating you in public, and she is making us all look bad and foolish. This is beyond bad.
Hey, y'all. All right, so listen. So I put a post up, and it was a post of a young man wearing a t-shirt. Y'all remember the post. If you don't, go back and look at it. But I'm about to read it to y'all, so y'all don't got to do all that, okay? Okay. It's the t-shirt says, your mama is black, your sister's black, your grandma's black. You're black, but you don't want a black woman. To be honest with you, I don't agree with that. And I'm going to tell you, this is why. I don't think black men don't want black women. You understand what I'm saying? I think black men are tired of arguing with black women. I think they're tired of the bashing, of them. I think they're tired of toxic, bitter, and miserable black women. We got to be real onto that. It's not that they don't want to deal with us. They don't want to deal with our mouth, our attitude. They don't want to deal with the stuff that comes from previous relationships that has nothing to do with them. They don't want to deal with the disrespectful kids that y'all got. You feel what I'm saying? Because they shouldn't have to deal with that. Because on the flip side, we don't want to deal with stuff like that. Right, but last week, black women was just saying that they wanted to get a rich white man and be like Eve. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut up. Okay? Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Women sit on social media, you sit around, everybody killing everybody, but you never tell the truth that there's been 1,000 shootings and homicides trickle back down to you running your fucking mouth or you calling somebody and exaggerating because you feel disrespected. Stop calling people.
And that's what men are talking about, guys. That's what men are talking about. We're talking about the remnant. Is there a remnant of women that's protecting black men? Is there a remnant of women protecting the ego of a man? And when we don't have that remnant, what men are saying that how can they be the better versions of themselves? I hope you guys are liking the stream, man. We're having a little fun, man, with Richie Mack in the house. Shout out, salute to Shalalemia. Shout out to Chantelle Simone, the Exalted Linus. And also shout out to Ameera, the Exiled Linus, and many others in the house. But I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Richie was so kind to come on the stream. I didn't think he would show up because he's so busy. But he took time off his schedule to show me some love. And because of that, guys, I'm forever grateful. So keep listening to this young lady. Hold tight.
You get in an argument with somebody on the block, that's it. Leave it there. You call your brother. Now these niggas going through it the whole summer. And then somebody's child die about it. That's your fault.
Talk about or more or less juxtapose
many are suffering in silence.
Suppose the importance of marriage and relationship and legacy. And as a clinical therapist, the last stage in psychosocial development actually is centered around ego integrity versus despair. Ego integrity says more or less that I've done everything I need to do to carry on the legacy for my family and my children. But despair is when you're on your deathbed, when you're more or less gesticulating mentally about the pain and the peril of not living your life at its fullness. And, you know, I decided to do what I'm doing as a clinical therapist to empower men, because I don't feel that men in America, especially men of color, but all men, are getting the proper outcomes that are needed to help them become sustainable. Ameera, you talked about the terminology called help me. When a man gets a very feminine woman, she becomes a vibration for that man, an oscillator, to say the least. And when that woman is oscillating her femininity, that man becomes the best version of himself. But the caveat is that most men in America don't get that, because some of our women, not all, are Western women, come into a relationship expecting to be served instead of ready to serve that man. And because of that, there becomes a chasm in the relationship, because both parties are not on the same page. And so, you know, I tell men to go where they're celebrated versus being tolerated. And you know, I think a lot of American men are doing that because most men feel like, in the contextual framework of America, that America is not a viable commodity for most men. So they don't see it as something valuable, in my opinion. You know, the lady, Dr. Helen Smith, wrote a book called Men on Strike. And so the ground is fallow. The ground needs to be broken up. But when you have caustic policies like feminism that have more or less destroyed the fabric of the minds of so many men are more or less taking their time before they enter into a relationship, because they know once they enter into that relationship, it can be very deleterious to their soul, mind, body, and spirit. So in theory, is marriage a good potential good?
The men that are watching, you know, I did this show with Ameera, the exiled lioness. Do you feel that marriage is a risky proposition in these modern times, or do you feel that marriage is a worthy proposition? And if you feel that it's risky, I need you to hit 1. But if you feel like that it's worthy, I need you to hit 2. If there's a remnant, what percentage of women do you feel are worthy enough to come into your court and help you become a better man? So keep listening.
Option, yes, I think marriage is a beautiful idea.
I do too.
But the current climate that we live in, I don't feel like many of our women are wife ready to more or less meet the needs of their husbands. I think, you know, American men are excellent. You know, I came back from Brazil doing some anthropological work and touring. And in other countries, the women are conditioned to serve their men, and they respect their men. And, you know, I love the analogy that you gave about him being the pilot and she being the flight attendant. And, you know, the co-pilot concept is not bad either. But the problem with most Americans, they tend to do things based on the egalitarian construct, which is a westernized thought. And because of that egalitarian construct, many men are jousting in relationship with their women. And so in olden times, under patriarchal cultures, there was no such thing as jousting. When women came into men's spaces, they remained silent and they listened and respected those men. But so many of our women say they want chivalry, but patriarchy is a byproduct of chivalry. Men determine the
Can you repeat that one more time, Mr.
I said, yes, patriarchy is a byproduct of chivalry. And so men determine what they determine to be a prize. I hear some of the women say, oh, I'm the prize. But no, you're not the prize. You're the prize if he deemed you to be the prize. Ameera, I created a term called the prize catcher. And the prize catcher more or less says that, similar to in the gospel, where the bride prepared herself for the bridegroom. So the man is the prize catcher. If he sees an inherent worth of value in that woman, he will catch her and make her his prize. Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh.
Oh, goodness.
But the problem there with so many women that come into relationships, they come in thinking that they're the prize and that they're doing the man a favor, which in essence, in cultures from the past, women knew that they had to serve a man in order to get the ring. The ring was synonymous that she was wife ready and she was willing to serve her man. But unfortunately, in the current confines of America, we don't have those safeguards in place. America is more of a gynocracy or a matriarchy. And because of that, many men have been conditioned to become subjects of their women instead of demanding power, which has been a detriment to their minds, in my opinion.
Whew. Wow, you got the fire.
Fire for your mind. The kosher clinician. I dropped that fire for the mind, guys. Ameera is just such a breath of fresh air. Her, Miss Barrett, Chantelle Simone, and also Shalalemia Moffett. You know, Ameera exudes a high level of femininity. And if you guys think Ameera exudes a high level of femininity, I need you guys to hit 1. Because I had to drop some fire for her mind. She wasn't ready for it.
Like,
wait, I need like an amen, I mean, like soundtrack, something. I need something. JR, we don't have an applause. We have to get something here because that is.
Thank you, ladies.
But you know, I was expecting nothing less because every time you come on, you always come. Look, my hair is already messed up. Even my hair got messed up. Wow. Okay.
Well, right, because men want to be inspired, and I don't live by the zodiac, but I'm a Leo, by the way. So my motto is fire for your mind, and so men want to be inspired. I tell women when they give men feminine energy is so contagious. It can take a man to his highest height when she's genuinely feminine. The problem is that we have something, Ameera and Miss Barrett, called the chameleon effect. Many women come into these spaces, they're not genuine, they're chameleons. And so they have never seen masculinity like yourself. You were more or less trained in a patriarchal culture where the women respected their men. And sadly, in many of those patriarchal cultures, I'm not advocating violence, there's a penalty for being out of line. So many women get offended by the word submission and obey, but that was a mandate of the gospel. The book of Titus said, wives, obey your husbands. That's the gospel. But some women say that they are Christians, but I'm like, how can you be a Christian when the gospel is very clear about where it says obey? Obedience does not mean that a man abuse power. It does not mean that. I'm not talking about men that abuse power or use their wives as, like, be quiet, shut up. That's wrong. That's an abuse of power. But I'm talking about she's willing to work with her man to help build not only a legacy, but she's willing to work with her man to help him become the best version of himself. In the African-American community, Teddy Pendergrass said that you inspire me. And so when men are inspired, they're at their best. But when that man is around a feminine woman, it does something to his psyche, but also to his body, which in essence make him productive. And so I tell women, Ameera and Miss Barrett, that women have more power than they really know if they're really genuine. Delilah knew about it. Delilah got the strongest man to tell him his secrets because she used her feminine graces. Even though she was deceptive, she was able to use her feminine demure and charm to get the secrets of the strongest man in the world at that time. So women have the power, but you must be genuine in your approach because men become broken when they're impacted by a woman. The imprint of a man is a woman, but it happens to him mentally. A man is most vulnerable when he's been imprinted by a woman that he thought was genuine, where a woman is more vulnerable when she's pregnant. When she's been impregnated by a man, she's very vulnerable. Well, men are vulnerable mentally. And so once those men realize that what they had in their head is not the truth, they go through what's called a catharsis, or what we call red pill rage. And then it starts the 5 stages of grief. And many times men vacillate between denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. So they go to this catharsis over and over again, and many don't get the help that they need, which in essence turns to an implosion, which becomes an explosion. And that's why you have so many men that are angry, using very terse language in these spaces because they're angry. And so some say, well, just get over and heal. Well, you can't heal when you've been told a lie for so many years. Men are conditioned to think women are sugar and spice and everything nice. But when they come to that great conniption, it does something very damaging to their mind, and so it's almost like the Madonna whore complex, men see women as beautiful and great, but men are beginning to see that women are just human. They're just human. Nothing more.
Yeah, the delusion is going away. The illusion is going away. Like there used to be before where women were these soft, feminine things, and honestly, they played the part as well. They didn't act out of that character, but now we see that women are exposing themselves for what they really are, and just I don't know if it's the problem of the internet, because maybe the internet is just too tempting for women to just turn on the camera and expose themselves as the worst of the worst. Maybe before, because we didn't have the internet, it was all kind of hidden and it was secretive, and it was only if you knew somebody who knew somebody, you had to go through an alley with a door you had to knock 3 times. I don't know, but it's just, I understand.
Well, a lot of it's negative socialization and negative conditioning. It's a constant battle between nature and nurture. And so American men have been conditioned to be subjugates to women, since, they there was a time when men had standards, but men now just take anything. And so what the internet has done is given a lot of women a false a false perception of what their worth is. They think that because 100 men are in their DMs that they are valuable, but no, many of those men are simps, or many of those men just want to have sex with you. They're not really taking you serious for a wife. You might find a few, but the men that want to be your wife, you don't see them as worthy. And so it's giving these some of our women, not all, shout out to the good women that are good, great, but it's giving them a false sense of superiority. But then they come to a great conniption when they realize that some of those men or those 100 guys in their DMs just want them for sex. And so I think a lot of times women have a struggle with understanding that a man can have sex with you, but it doesn't mean that he wants you for a wife. And that's the big difference, in my opinion.
Because women think the same. They think that men think the same. I'm coming to you, Rebecca. I'm sorry. Because women, we think that men think the same way that we do. See, if we want to have sex with you, it's because we have an emotional attachment to you.
Right.
And we
And that's why I tell you guys that you have more power than you realize, especially to the younger man. Shout out to the little hobbit, the narc perspective. Shout out to the young hobbit. He's a good brother, making that paper, making that heavy paper. The narc perspective, a good young man, and I want to see that young man do well as well, but do good as well. And that's a deal, right? Shout out to him. He said men.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal.
He said men should give up on American women. It's better to be single and enjoy these concubines.
like you, and that's why I think women get it wrong, because men don't think that way. Go on, Rebecca.
Right.
Yeah, and I also would say that the sexual liberation movement here in the West didn't help much.
It didn't, right?
At all. And then if you look at it, you see men going towards pornography more because, like, if you think about it, back in the day, you probably see one naked woman, a couple naked women in your lifetime.
Right.
Now you have access to all of these women, any flavor, any type of thing that you want. And then on the flip side, society is telling women, go sell yourself. You can make all this money. You can do all of these things. You can have sex with whoever you want to. And that's just okay. And to me, that those two things right there is killing us inside.
Yes, right. I totally agree. Cultural desensitization, like in the Ameera's culture, and actually at one time in the Black community, women covered up, and it was done for a reason, to keep men in line, because men are more or less engaged through the eye gate. And so, but when that man found out the woman that he married, when they got married, she took her clothes off, she was curvy and curvaceous. He was like, kapow, because I didn't think her body looked that good because she was so covered. But now men are so desensitized to, naked bodies that they're not, they don't see it as a big deal,
Yeah, and in fact, they think that, oh, well, I've seen better bodies online, and now my wife, look at my wife's body, and it's not as good as the Instagram models.
Right. And so I think the feminist movement and the sexual liberation, because there was a time, Black women were very conservative. They didn't tolerate some of the things that you see in America. Black people at one time were more conservative than, I would say, any other ethnic group of people. But, once they got indoctrinated into liberal schools, they began to take on some of the same machinations of those predecessors, those schools that they went to. And I always tell our sisters in love and being genuine that Black men and Black women were mules of the same cause. We were all part of the same cause.
Really curious.
Right.
The benefit of a man getting married in this modern age that we're living in, with the climate, the family court climate that we have going on right now. What is the benefit aside from legacy?
I see your point. Right. So based on the current climate, there is no benefit. Really, there is no benefit. It's a benefit in our heads, but there is no benefit because, the lady Dr. Helen Smith talked about men on strike. There is no benefit because the rules are not congruent to the needs of men. The rules actually punish men. You got no fault divorce. In certain states, if a woman has a baby that's not that man is made to take care of that baby. Yes. Very caustic child support laws, tend to be very detrimental to men. And so based on that and based on the current condition and the current structure, there is no benefit for men to get married. It's no benefit. Sadly, not all, but a lot of our women have been hurt by bad guys. And because they've been imprinted by negative men, then many of them are bringing in trauma from dealing with bad guys that lied to them or hurt them. And, so sometimes it becomes a conniption when you get an average guy when you've been so used to dealing with bad boys. And a lot of times what happens, Ameera and Miss Barrett, is that, you know, when women get into relationships with stable, normal men, they become bored. And many times they become so bored that they initiate divorce. Remember, 70 to 90% of divorces are initiated by women. 90% are by educated women. So I would say there is no benefit because men are putting their lives on the line, which in essence can lead them to suicidal ideation. And so there is no benefit for the modern man, you know, based on the laws. Now, some would argue we'll get a prenup, we'll get a non-state binding marriage. Well, you know, whatever. But just based on the current kaleidoscope, there really is no benefit. Do I believe in marriage? Yes. Do I think family is important? Yes. Do I believe in community? I believe in all of that. I think marriage in concept is beautiful. But based on the current laws, there is no benefit for a man to get married.
Zoom to Thailand. I'm tired of America, so I'm hitting Richie on the net. I got the tickets, that's a bet. We need the link, my brother set it up. Damn, I didn't had enough. Ooh, I won't lie. Can I get a little shake with them fries? My skin tone is matching your eyes. Black men, you know we like them thighs.
I'm telling you the new wave that's about to happen, though. It's already started, but I'm going to hear about it more. Men are starting to pay for surrogates to have their kids, so they can just take their kid, live their life. Don't pay no child support, nothing like that. That's a new thing. It already started in Europe. I already know a few boys that's doing it in the States. Yeah, because...
To you single men that want children, are you guys considering surrogates? Are you guys considering getting you a surrogate due to the current laws and policies here in America? Are you men considering getting you a surrogate? If you are, I need you guys to hit 1. If you plan to travel abroad and get a wife and make a family over there, I need you to hit 2. If you plan to live your life on your own terms and not do either, I need you to hit 3.
If I got to pay you $50,000 to carry my child, but then you sign over the rights, I sit there and take care of my kid the way I see fit. The government ain't involved, nothing. I walk away, my seed continues, lives on. I don't got none of the headache.
Word? Strap in, y'all. This is going to be an episode like you've never seen. I'm the Travel OG, and I traded in my Hollywood lifestyle for the sexy beaches of Pattaya, Thailand. We're bringing you exclusive interviews. The Travel OG. This the dude that hooked me up with the brothers in Thailand. That's Mike, a.k.a. the Professor. Okay. Let me tell you, this guy, now when you come, this is who you talk to. You dig? My man. What up, guys? I always say I have the best subscribers and supporters in the game. And this is just another example. I get people that write in and tell me they're coming and they want to meet up, and I'm usually so busy working and editing, I don't even have time to return a lot of email. But this guy, Malcolm, rolled up on me when I was having lunch with Elle and Vitaly, and he told me something that changed my life. He said, I came out here because of you, Travel OG. You inspired me to book my flight to Thailand. I was speechless. There's a responsibility that comes with that. To know what I'm doing out here in Thailand is affecting people in the world the way it is humbles me even more. Although I only got to see him once, our meeting is having a lasting effect on me and how I think. He later went to Phuket and showed me so I can show you how it's on and popping again out there. We'll get to that later. Malcolm even came with us to the golf course to watch a Caddy of the Day episode, and after that, we sat down for a late lunch. And the knowledge and wealth of information he had blew us all away. He broke down the reason why women do what they do in Thailand. At first, he was saying DR had everything Thailand had, but later on his story started to change. He sent videos of how his Thai lady was treating him too. The lifestyle, the culture. He explained to me things that I didn't even know. Come have a seat at the table with us and hear what Malcolm had to say. And then y'all write in and let me know if y'all agree. Is he right? Is he wrong? Or does he make a whole lot of damn sense? Let's check it out.
You know, the more kids you have, of course, they can chip in. Yeah. That's pretty much your retirement plan. Right. They don't have, their system is not set up that they work 30, 40 years and then have retirement and that comes in. Your kids is your retirement. Right. So from a female perspective, it makes sense for the women to go to the city. For the men, if you notice, it's not too many Thai men that are locally. They're like more doing like fish jobs, certain cities where it's factories, a lot of factory work, stuff like that. That's why in that area, if you look at Pattaya, you're going to see way more women than men because the men jobs are not in Pattaya like that. So now when you look at it, right, like I asked the old girl who I'm staying with right now, I was like, okay, you're 42, you got your brother who's married 37, no kids yet. The other sister's in Australia, she's married, that's the one who's sending money to their parents now. So it's like they rotate. So you ask yourself, okay, what happens if you don't have any kids? And she said, then you have to work till you're 70, 80 years old.
No, he might want one. I'm good. This is what you call a water market. They roll up on you and sell you whatever you need. Anything from Buddhas to water to beer.
This is a good one.
So do I want to work till I'm 70 or 80, or do I want to sit there and find me a man who's going to help support and take care of me, and then all I have to worry about is the house? They will take the house any day of the week versus having to work to 80 years old, barely making 18,000 baht a month, which is like what, $500-600? That's the average. So what is the alternative? You need to sit down and have a man. It's like, it's actually a necessity. It's not like I want, it's like, no, that is the priority, right? So because of that, and because the women out here outnumber the men, they are way more aggressive to try to get you. The women, they're all raised the same way to take care of you.
You hear what they said, guys. It's a lot more women than the men, and therefore they're a lot more aggressive to get you. The Ingram experience talked about relationship capitalism. I keep telling you, men, you have more power than you realize. There are countries where women have or more or less desire you at a high rate. You are an American. Being black men, you have a level of swag. And because there's more women than men, that puts you in a greater predicament. So to the single men, if you have not found your woman here in America, if you feel like your woman here does not meet your expectations, exercise your options. It's nothing wrong with that. To the single women, I say do the same thing, with the understanding that men in other countries are a lot more patriarchal and traditional than men here in America. Men here in America are very liberal. They're very equal. They're a lot more balanced. But you guys have a lot to more or less utilize when you understand how much power you have to the young men.
They're all raised the same way on how to take care of a man because it's in their culture that way. When you look at the economy, how that is, they don't have a socialist system and they don't have a capitalist system either. So it's like family is everything. Like that's your survival. So it's like if you don't make family a priority, that's it. You know, everything you work into, you can't work no more. And then hopefully you got some friends that help out. Because of that, the women are held accountable to how they are and what they bring to the table. Because, I mean, if you don't make your man happy, he has way more other options. So they're going to do what they need to do to keep you.
You did make some good points. But how does somebody who's never been here have all those answers? Had me thinking in slow motion.
Now here's the other part, me living in Germany for a while. Japan is running into the same problem as Germany. So their economies are strictly socialism. That means everyone puts in, everyone has equal. It's not like, you know, you work to get all this money and then you keep it. No, the more you work, the more they tax you. They make it spread out. So, but because of that, if you look at Germany, Germany has the biggest economy in Europe, 4.3 trillion. But they lead Europe in poverty amongst senior citizens. So, because they tax you about 40 to, 51%, depending on your status. If you're single, got kids, you know, your demographics. They give you a letter every year that says, hey, if you retire today, this is how much money you would make. If you retire 30 years from now, 35 years from now, this is how much you would make. The problem is when the wall came down and Berlin had to be built back up, Germany retracted and said, hey, we promised you this amount, but now we can only give you this amount. So you have a lot of women now who they are making, say, 2,600 euros after taxes, which to them is good money. Now they may only get 1,200 for their retirement year. So your whole standard of living just dramatically changed. You have to downgrade. So statistically speaking, if you're not making over 60,000 euros, which in America, the average woman needs to make 70,000. To actually be on her own, she needs to make at least 70,000. When you add up over a lifetime of working, roughly 2.4 million. Just to say like, hey, I don't need a man. You need at least 70. The problem is it's only 9% of the women in America actually making that money. So the other 91% saw a cap. So Germany is starting to figure it out. The problem with Germany is the LGBT community movement grew a lot in the last 5 years. So when you look at the more that grows, the less kids are being made. Germany even pays you money to have kids called Kindergeld. You get what you call Elterngeld too, which gives them 67% of their salary for up to 3 years to stay home and take care of their kids. Women in Germany had that security being in a social system. When I went back to Asia, the system don't hold the men accountable. The women has no recourse.
You guys hear that? In that country, the system does not hold the men accountable. Therefore, there is no recourse. In America, they hold you accountable, but they don't hold her accountable as much. And because of that, there's an imbalance when it comes down to power. Let's go back to what William Glasser said, a psychoanalytic theorist. He said that power, fun, and freedom are the antecedents to helping men get the outcomes they want. So if they don't have any recourse for men over there, then guess who have the power? The men there have the power. To the young single men, if you have not found your wife here, if you've done everything in your power to get your wife and you feel like she does not meet your needs or your expectations, you've worked hard, you're making good money, shout out to the Narc Perspective, shout out to James Turner, then I suggest you and all the other single men, if you can't find your wife here, you exercise your options and do what's best for you, because that's what it is about. Shout out to my man, MC Recovery and Wellness. Thank you, sir, for that $5 super chat. He said that had an all-day gangs community intervention conference. Wow, this is dope information. Maybe this is the way a lot of black women been acting nice in Los Angeles. Yeah, Richard Mack gonna do a show about Los Angeles and Thailand women. He gonna do it soon. Shout out to Richard Mack. So hold tight, guys.
This is why foreigner men is in. Foreign. She also broke down to me about how a lot of men are home and their women are out working and bringing money. There's a YouTube video out where you can see this one Thai man married to 8 Thai women. He doesn't have a lot of money. What? No, look it up. Look up the video.
So why do they want anything? For his sperm?
He is very kind and very honest. Like he tells them like, hey, I have 3 wives, or I have this scenario. Like women over here, it's not necessarily care about that you have multiple women. It's that one, you're honest up front, you're nice, you're kind, and you can still provide. Yeah, see, Thai man with 8 girlfriends living in the same house.
Now look at this, guys. This is a Thai man with 8 girlfriends, and they all live in the one house. This man don't even have the money. These women, guys, are professional women. They're not working girls. They're not broke women. They're professional, educated women. But this man got 8 wives. And not that I'm endorsing polygamy, because I don't believe in it per se. But to the single man, how much bang could you get for your buck if you were a single man in Thailand? Like Jay Money said, looks like he's winning. Yeah, he is winning. He's winning. He's winning. And these women are professional women. They're not, they're educated women. And that's why I keep telling you guys that world travel is the great equalizer. It's one of the 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become optimized. Once you travel, young men, single middle-aged men, single old men, You will begin to see the world from a totally different perspective. That's why what Brother Richie Mack is doing is so powerful. Richie Mack lesson is giving you guys options. If you guys are spiritual men, you don't want to be out here fornicating, then go travel abroad, man. If you can't find your wife here, get you a foreign woman if she believes in what you believe in. If you can't find your wife here in America, because like Michael Jackson said, they don't really care about us. And it's sad.
Yeah, and then some of them are nurses, some of them are dentists, like
nurses and dentists, guys. Listen to this.
They actually bring in more money than he does. Because when I saw it, I was just shocked. Yeah, that's him. That's him with his eight women, same house here. But they just say that he's nice, he's kind, he's considerate.
See, being nice and kind in America, American women or Western women, because they're so toxic, they see you as being weak. But being nice and kind in foreign countries is normal. Dysfunction is normal is dysfunction in America, but functional is normal abroad. And when you travel abroad, they see a kind man as being a good man. But see, guys, you think you're lames because you're a good man and it's not reciprocated through reciprocity, that something must be wrong with me. But no, there's nothing wrong with you. What's wrong is that we live in a culture that does not celebrate good men and also good women. The good women are called mammies and pygmies. And the good men are called lames. So I tell you, men, you don't have to settle for mediocrity, especially if you put in the work. Shout out to the Narc Perspective and also Mr. Turner and all the other brothers that are listening. You do not have to settle for mediocrity because it's not good for your mental health as a man. Because in a relationship, you got to learn how to demand power instead of tolerate disrespect as a man. You got to be willing to demand power instead of tolerate disrespect as a man. Keep listening.
ส.1 ตอนนี้น้องแอล ส.2 น้องแนน ส.3 ฮะ มะปาง ส.4 แพรรี่ ส.5 น้องหมวย ส.6 น้องฟิล์ม ส.7 แต่ไปเรียนฮะ ก็ยังไม่มาอยู่ลพบุรี ของน้องไมค์ ส.8 ครับ ผมองค์ดำโสรสฮะ เป็นชื่อฉายานามในการเปิดสำนักสักยันต์มันก็เป็นเหมือนครอบครัวทั่วไปฮะ ก็คืออยู่ด้วยกันเหมือนพี่เหมือนน้องช่วยกันทำกินอะไรอย่างเงี้ยช่วยกันทำกินช่วยกันดูแลครอบครัวเหมือนทั่วไป
ความรักอาจารย์ก็ให้เท่ากันอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าก็เป็นเมียเหมือนกันค่ะแล้วก็เราก็มีความสุขดีไม่ได้มีความทุกข์ร้อนใจไม่ได้ทำให้ใครเดือดร้อนคือทั้งหมดนี้คือเราโอเคจะอยู่กันแบบนี้ค่ะ
Theme music. Zoom to Thailand, hope you coming too. Richie Mack, travel OG with celebrity interviews. Get your passport, let's go. This is what you need for sure. Brothers in Thailand and bikini babes at the beach. If you need more, he got it poppin'. Caddy of the day, we golfing. Really ain't a better option. Time to travel, like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Let's connect. Richie Mack, yeah, we steady vibing. Take a journey, let's get moving, cause we zooming right to Thailand. Hey, Richie Mack, travel OG, let's go.
Here's the thing, something that I remember Richie said before in one of his videos. Since a lot of the women here support their families, if you come in and you take care of the woman, you become the hero.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because think about it like this, right? If the average family income is say $500, right? And you make a couple of thousand every month, you can still live good for, like Teddy here say, what, less than 2,000? He can still sit there and say, hey, babe, here's 300 for your family. He looks like the hero. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and then what is he getting for that 300? She's loyal as hell. Why? Because she's accountable to her family.
Did you guys hear that? She is loyal, guys, because she is accountable to her family. I'm going to say it again. This woman is loyal, guys, because she is accountable to her family. Women of yesteryear were accountable to their family. Therefore, those women are and or were loyal. And that's the issue that a lot of men are having now. There is no more accountability. And that's why I keep telling you young men, the ones that are making good money or average money, if you love yourself If you don't want to be indignified as a man, you will not continue to tolerate disrespect from modern women. Find yourself a traditional woman here in America. If you can't find her here, get your paper ready, get your body ready, get your mind ready, because some of you guys still got a simp. Still got that simp card or that simp chip in your back. Some of you still got a simp battery in your back. You need to come see me at coachingclinician@gmail.com so I can help modify that negative schema. And so when you do travel abroad, you can get the woman of your dreams, because I believe in male empowerment. I believe in men getting the best bang for their buck. No pun intended, pun intended. I believe you should get a woman that's willing to help you meet your mission here on earth, as God said she was made for you. And if she take care of you, then you turn around and take care of her. And once you men realize how much power you have, you will no longer continue to settle for mediocrity in this wasteland called the United States.
And to keep that coming in, she has to do right by him to keep that coming in. So it's like, it's literally like one needs the other. So
that's why Doodle's so good to me. Don't forget to like and subscribe, y'all. You dig?
So, are you men ready to be liberated? If you're ready to be liberated, I need you to hit 1. If you are ready to be liberated, I need you to hit 1. If you're almost liberated, I need you to hit 2. Because liberation is the key to male empowerment. Let me bring up this last link by Chantelle. She did an awesome show yesterday, talking about wives. And Chantelle is one of the few sisters that actually hearken into understanding the male psyche and striving to understand what men want. Chantelle is one of those sisters that have uncovered so that she could recover. And Chantelle is striving to be the best version of herself. So shout out to the lovely Chantelle Simone, good sister. They're striving. And a good sister that's trying. Hold tight. So, hold tight. Let me bring this up for you guys. Hold on. Go check out Chantelle Simone. Good sister, man. Very good young lady. Actually, let me hit this one. Hold tight. So, it's so bad, guys, that Chantelle did a show yesterday talking about tips for women who weren't raised to be ready for a ring. So hold tight. I'm going to run this for about 5 minutes. And then, guys, I'm going to drop the link, and we're going to have a man discussion. We're going to have a man discussion. So let me bring up Chantelle's link real quick. She did a great show yesterday. I was very impressed with her show and the women that were on the panel. Yeah, I did a sale out of my back. Yeah, man, you got to do some more consultation with me, young brother. You internal, man. Hold tight. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Chantelle Simone. Okay, hold tight. All right. These women are women that were of the Western mind frame. Chantelle's work, Dee Dee's work, and Shay Shardae's work helped those women overcome some of the mental barriers that they went through in the West. And I want you guys to listen a few minutes to what some of these women are saying. Then I'm going to drop the link for about 10 minutes because I got to be out of the country, not out of the country, out of town tomorrow. I'm going to see about Hornets putting in some work. So hold tight.
If that's really what you want to do.
Or listen to this panel here, right?
That part. Or that.
Anyone else want to add?
Yes, I would like to. My thing about it is if you choose a route where you are probably going to take the side chick route, that is basically how Kevin Samuels explains it. And I know people are already cringing at me even saying his name, but breathe with me. So if you're going to make that choice to be the kind of woman who doesn't want commitment, at least be happy with it, own up to it. Because a lot of these women, they'll go out here and they'll be bitter and resentful and try to sabotage other women's relationships or just make the whole room, the mood drive down because they're not happy because they don't actually want to cooperate with a man and they get frustrated with that. So that's my perspective. I'm all about autonomy, but do own your truth and try to find joy in that if you can.
Misery loves company for sure.
I agree.
I agree with everything they said. Chantelle, you know, I preach that all the time. The thing about it, there are so many women who just think that they ought to.
And see, guys, this is what I mean by the remnant. This is a remnant. The young lady, Christine, real femme sapien, she was inspired by Chantelle Simone. Shay Sade, another good lady. These are women that are trying to uncover so that they can recover. But many times, guys, these ladies are under attack from those that are indoctrinated by liberal dogmas that seek to subvert the efficacy of the black family, the white families, and also our communities. Keep listening.
You know, I just heard a woman the other day says she's a wife and she feels that she's a wife. But, you know, I didn't agree with that, because how do you know that you're a wife? If you weren't taught, you know, how to be a wife, if you don't have the tools that's necessary to be a wife, how are you a wife? And a lot of women don't like to own up to that fact. They just think that it's just automatic, that they'll somehow just know what to do and just, you know, just get it. But I think you have to be taught, you have to have tools to know what that's like in order for it to last, because anybody could get married, but can you sustain the relationship? Can you sustain the marriage? That's the key, because so many women get married and they leave the relationships because they're not prepared for it. You know, they thought it was going to be a fairy tale or something else, and then they realize that it's not that, and then they tend to break up the relationship. So I think, you know, you have to have tools in order to know how to have a lasting marriage.
And can I say, please stop blaming Disney, because you just, every time I hear people say happily ever after, and they say, oh, the Disney romance. I watched Disney all my life and never looked at it like, oh, I want a prince to come. I love Disney. Right. It's a great thing for kids. What women have to understand and know that it's a job. It's not easy. It is not easy. It's going to be difficult. And the question is, are you going to stay or are you going to run? And that's not about being domestic violence, DV. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
That's why these young ladies' work is so important. That's why what I'm doing is so important. The one thing I love about Chantelle clearly says that she does not have all the answers. She says she's learning as she go by. So I've seen women try to attack her and say, what credentials do she have? And you don't have to have a credentials on anecdotal experiences. She is more or less learning, do what others are saying, but also learning from her experiences and putting it into action. And sometimes experience is the best teacher. Keep listening.
You know, something crazy. Normal everyday problems, how to get along. You might disagree. You can work it out. Who washes dishes and the clothes? All that silly stuff, y'all. It's real problems that come with it.
And marriage, guys, is a lot of work. Marriage is a lot of work. It's not easy. To the ladies coming into a marriage, it's not a fairy tale. That's why you have to come in with a servant's heart. Men, you have to come in being a servant as well. But ladies, if you want to get the best benefits from a relationship, you must come in willing to serve your man. Shout out once again to Chantelle Simone for her awesome work.
As someone that's been married a long time, and even the younger years, you can know when you first live with someone. That's not easy. That's an adjustment right there. God forbid you start adding kids to it. God forbid you add home responsibilities when you buy a house and work, and it is a lot. So you kind of got to be ready from that perspective to say, are you willing to be in, or are you just in for the moment and go out? Because it is not like Disney at all. Not at all.
Curious to hear, especially from the women on the panel who are recently married. I hear that a lot. And my sister, shout out to my sister. My sister is recently married too. And she mentioned the other day, oh, marriage life is not as easy as she thought it would be. But I can't comprehend it. Obviously, I've never been married. You know, I don't know. I can't comprehend how hard it is if you're with somebody that you like. Can you guys explain certain things about marriage that when we say, okay, it's not happily ever after, and you go off and every day you guys are happy? What are some things that to expect in the early stages of marriage?
I would say, can you hear me? Okay. So example, my grandmother, once I went to her house to pick up my daughter, and I didn't come for the dinner that she had planned. I just sent my daughter because my husband wanted to do something with me. And she goes, you know, you tell that husband of yours that your family come first. I said, hold up. I said, he comes first. You would know that. And I didn't mean to be disrespectful, but I was kind of in the moment. And my grandmother is, well, you know how Black grandmothers are. And I said, you know, you.
And see, this woman is right. Once you get married, you cleave unto your husband, you become one flesh. When you are married, then that man comes first, not your family. And that man should do the same thing. Men, when you get married, your wife comes first. She comes before your mother too, because your primary responsibility is to your wife. But some of these mothers will try to use you as a surrogate husband, men. Some of these mothers, women, will try to use you as a girlfriend to satiate their singleness and their loneliness. That's why you have to set very strict boundaries in relationships.
You don't know what it is to be married. And she goes, I'm not silly. You know, I know that what it is. I said, no, you don't. You've never been married. So, you know, you don't know what it feels like to have to put your husband first before all, even though you're used to, especially in a gynocracy, especially in that, to put him first above all of you ladies. And it is. You have to do that. And so that is a huge thing that I think a lot of women don't understand, is that your husband comes first, because the unit between a man and a woman has to be strong in order to bring it down to the children, and then so on and so forth. So I think that a lot of women don't realize that mommy has to come second, sister has to come, well, you know, like third, fourth down the line. And it's not a competition. It's just the order of things. So that's my little take.
I'd like to chime in on that, like piggyback on what Danny said. That is literally precisely it. I come from a divorced parents. My mom divorced my dad, and you know, she initiated the divorce. And even though she was married for 16 years, she's still unable to understand the position that my husband has in my life. So for example,
her mother initiated the divorce, guys. You guys are hearing it firsthand. The mother initiated the divorce, and that basically shows you guys that they have not been conditioned to be wives. They're not disciplined to be wives. They're not honorable enough to be wives. And they're not worthy enough to be wives. And after 16 years, she still didn't understand what role she played in the demise of her relationship. And I say shame on her.
Example, a lot of thing is, you know, my mom's on her own now. So financially, she's struggling a bit. So she'll ask me for.
Right. These women are struggling. As times get worse, as the economy change, some of these women are going to suffer the recompense of their era, because women of other countries don't mind staying home and letting their husband work. They want to nest their homes. So they'll substitute that man working for the sake of fortifying that family. But some of you men that are listening do everything. You cook, you clean, you pay all the bills. You get sex 6 times in a year. You get a woman that will not work out. You get a woman that got an attitude. You get a woman, some of you are dealing with, that you raising the kids of other men, and you can't even get damn basic cooperation. That's why I keep telling you guys, you have more options than you realize. That's why I do what I do. Because in fair exchange, gentlemen, there is no robbery. There is no robbery in fair exchange. And you don't have to settle for mediocrity when you understand how much power that you have. Some don't like me doing these shows because they want to keep you on this social plantation. But once you realize how much power you have, you will begin to move different. I did a show when I was on with Shay Sade, and it says that masculinity, men, it moves in silence. It doesn't ask questions. It doesn't beg for anything. It does what it does. And that's why I keep telling you, man, once you understand how much power that you have, to the working class men, to the blue collar men, to the white collar men, to the 6-figure earners, to the 7-figure earners, the world is yours. But are you willing to conquer it like your first father, Adam, did? Or are you willing to drop the bag by allowing modern women to sabotage you with their trickery?
I don't know, like $500 or like $300, like a lot of money. And I'll ask my husband first, or I'll consult with my husband. And then she got really upset and was like, why do you have to always ask your husband? Or why is she always, talking to her husband about lending me money, or you shouldn't have to talk to your husband? And I'm like, that's the order of things. And not only that, he's the one that leads our household financially. So I'm not making any major decisions and giving you $500 without telling him or consulting him. And then, so that's just really important, having your husband's input with that and making sure that your family understands that he comes first. And that is very hard for people who are no longer married or unmarried to understand.
But so to even add to that, we live in a society that promotes the woman coming first. Happy wife, happy life, and it's like the man is supposed to bend over backwards to make the woman happy. And do you guys think it's because of that disconnect or that promotion in our culture why a lot of people fail? I hate to use the word fail, but we see the divorce rate, so it is what it is. Do you guys think it's that reversal of, not to say that you're supposed to not be happy and you're supposed to just be sad in the corner while he's happy, but do you guys think it's that emphasis on putting the woman's happiness first why we see the divorce rates how they are?
You go.
Okay. Right. So just for some background, just so y'all know, I am Caribbean, I'm Puerto Rican. So we have a lot of similar issues that go on in our community. And I would say that it really is about the woman being first, because they're only thinking about themselves when they're choosing these men that maybe they're not the best to have children fathered by. That's one piece. But then it's not just the narcissism there, it's also narcissism after the children are born. Some of these women are very self-centered, and that's not to come down to my community, but these are some very real problems. And so when you have somebody who steps out of the family traditional norms, because in some families single motherhood is the norm, not being married is the norm, being a spinster in your 40s and being fly while you do it and dressing like you're 24, that's normal. So when you choose a traditional path, you can get a lot of heat, but you just kind of have to stay focused on what's your goal and what's your outcome. And at the same time, you're allowed to push back with some women and ask them, well, really, what do you know about a healthy marriage? And you can have that open space, and you don't need to absurdly critique these women, but just understand you're going to choose a different path, and that might be uncomfortable because it can disrupt the family narrative and invite a lot of things like envy. At the same time, this is also the same family that will love you very much when you have that wedding and they show up, they'll show out in a positive way and be happy and supportive for you, and they're going to be happy when you have kids too. So you just got to take the good and the bad when you're coming from certain broken communities.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said, and I would also add, there's this old biblical, spiritual, whatever concept, right, where it talks about leave and cleave, right, where when a man and a woman come together, essentially they leave their family and they cleave together. Going back to this concept of, really, it's like you are each other's first family. And one of the greatest advice that me and my husband got before we got married was, we were counseling with two different couples, one that's been married for about 40 years, another one that's been married for about 15. And both of them said essentially the same thing. They were like, whatever you do, don't turn to your family, to your mother, to your father, to your sisters, to your brothers when you are having marital issues with your spouse. Don't go to them for advice. Because again, what's going to happen is you may have an argument, you tell everything to your mom, she's getting all emotional, she's likely going to be in your side. Even if she tries to be unbiased, it's impossible. You and your husband made up, maybe a week later, you've forgotten about it. She still remembers. She still holds on to that. And all throughout your marriage, you have to learn how to create those really strong and important boundaries with your family, because sometimes it's those lack of boundaries that can be the very thing that do weigh on a marriage.
Right, the lack of boundaries.
Little things, mom still wanted to feel like she needs to be number one when it's like, no, you're not. Not to say that there's not love there and there's not respect and there's not a level of honor for the elders in their family, but it's like you're in a different role, a different position. And unfortunately, there's so many aspects of the society that I think are broken down, that are completely out of order. And we see that in the way that men and women relate. We see that in the way that marriages aren't working. But at the end of the day, I do believe that there are just certain orders. There's just certain natural laws that no matter what happens, even if the society change, it is what it is. Like gravity, gravity's always going to be there. You know what I mean? Sun's always going to go up and go down. Like there's just certain things that don't change. And so in this modern era where there's all this stuff where now there's, gender roles are always changing, and maybe you want to be a man, maybe you want to be a woman, and we're trying to essentially change inherent truths in relationships that I think just are foundationally there. A man and a woman have to work together. I believe a man is the head in a family, in a relationship. That doesn't mean it's codependent. It doesn't mean that he's domineering. It doesn't mean that, you lose yourself, because at that point, that's codependent. You don't need to be in that relationship anyways. But there is an order, and order actually is a good thing. Order is not necessarily confining, but I think because there's fear behind those words, and there's fear behind the whole idea of order and submission and cooperation. Again, I think that really does undermine the success that could happen in marriages. So, long rant, but hope I'm
Can I just take a step back to you said about not telling your family what's going on in your marriage and your business? That's great advice, which hopefully everyone knows. I'm not speaking to this panel. I'm just talking about people. But you need to remember that when you're dating also, so that you don't get caught up with what your friends think and what your mom thinks, and then they lead you down the wrong path, and that will deter you or get in the way of your relationship, and then you end up not getting to the goal that you want to. You have to live with that person, so you kind of gotta, for lack of a better way to describe it, grow up and figure it out for yourself. If that means get some counseling, if that means reading a book, I don't know, listening to a podcast, coming to this this panel right here, something like that. I would agree completely, and not dependent, especially if your family is not a family of married persons. That probably is the better indicator as well. I was fortunate that there are a lot of people who are married in my family, and they married and that was it. So I'm fortunate to have seen that, but let's not act like a lot of us don't have that. And you can't really, they don't know anything about it. You can't go to those people about those types of things. I just wanted to add that on there.
I'm so grateful that you had it, because I did actually start this comment. She said, I get that a woman should, and shout out to Philippa for being in here, and thank you for adding to the conversation. I get that a woman should place their husbands first, but my question is, should it be the same mindset during the dating relationship phase? And we hear that saying, why buy the something, the cow when you can get, or something, whatever the saying is.
Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free?
Milk for free. Yeah. What are you guys' thoughts on it? Go ahead.
I don't know if I wholly believe that, because it depends. Yes, it's to a degree. Why buy, the cow? Because I know for sure that when I was dating my husband, I was demonstrating that I was ready to be a wife. Okay. I was cleaning his house. I was organizing his things. I was washing his clothes. You can ask, we used to live very bachelor-like life. And I was like, we need to get some cutlery in here. We need to get some, we need to actually get your life, and he welcomed it, so he took those things and was like, I could see that has those qualities and traits that she's going to take care of me. I tried to cook, when I could. So yeah, I think when you're dating and you show your intention, I want to get married, I want to have children and all that, you should also show and demonstrate those qualities that, you can do that, because he's going to look at you. He's interviewing you just like you're interviewing him. He wants to see that, okay, you're available. You're able to do these wifely duties. What kind of mother will you be? Are you nurturing? These are qualities that men are looking for, all the time. So yeah, I do believe that you should demonstrate feminine traits. Don't just hold everything and then expect when you get married to unleash everything, because he's not gonna.
All right, guys, I'm gonna stop that. That was a good stream by Shay Sade. Go check out. I'm not Shay Sade, Chantelle Simone. Go check out that show on tomorrow. On when you get a chance. Actually, I'm gonna put the show in my links. It's tips for women who weren't raised to be wise, becoming a wife before the ring. That was an excellent stream by the Exalted Line, the Chantelle Simone. And guys, go check out that young lady. She's doing a good work. She's trying to learn. She's trying to grow. And kudos to her for putting in the work and trying to become the best version of herself for her future husband. And also for learning and striving to be a good woman, because it takes a very high level of reflection and responses to become the best version of yourself. And Chantelle Simone is doing the work. She's doing the self-introspection. And to the women that want husbands, they're going to have to do the self-introspection as well if they're going to get a quality woman. So go check out that show. I'm going to put the show in the link. Guys, the link has been dropped. Go check out the full show with Chantelle Simone. Put it in the caps, full show. Chantelle Simone. And guys, go check out that show for that young lady. All right? All right, so the link has been dropped, guys. If any of you guys want to come in and add to the conversation for a few minutes, let's do it. If not, I'm going to sign off. But what do you think about the remnant? Many of the men feel that it's only a remnant of women that are left. We had a conversation last week with the Will Smith fiasco. I'm going to do a show on that at some point because Jada Pinkett is beginning to show her true colors. And I want you guys to go, like I said, I want you guys to, let's have a conversation. The link is dropped. And how would you guys like to add to this conversation? I hit the call in, I hit the link, and like I said, let's have a conversation for a few minutes. You got Chantelle Simone, you got Shalalemia Moffett, you got Ameera the Exiled Lioness, you got Shay Sade, and a few others. Then you got Richie Mack, the great equalizer, as travel as one of the 7 steps to male optimization. So let's have a conversation, guys, for a few minutes. Anybody want to talk about the show, what you got from the show, how the show was beneficial to you and your psyche? I thought it was an awesome stream to have Richie Mack come on. I'm grateful. Shout out to Shalalemia. Shout out to Chantelle Simone. Thank you, guys. If you guys have not subscribed to my channel, to the people that are watching, subscribe to the channel. Many of you guys watch this channel, The Kosher Clinician, but you have not subscribed to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel. I need everybody to hit all notifications. There are many times when the show comes on, if you want to know when I'm coming on, hit all notifications. It's not enough to subscribe. You must hit all notifications so that you will know that I'm actually live and I can keep giving you guys this comprehensive game. So the link has been dropped. Would anyone like to talk? Do any of the men want to come up and talk for a few minutes? You guys have done an awesome job. You guys go check out Chantelle Simone. And you're right, Mr. Nimbard. Jada has been showing her true color for years. Will is, he is a simp. And some say he's not a simp, but he's an unconscious simp. Do I feel sorry for Will? Yes, I do feel sorry for Will. My heart goes out to that brother because Will doesn't realize how much power that he has. But at the same time, a simp basically means when you sacrifice irrational male patterns, they're a conscious simp, for a woman that does not honor and respect you as a man. And once again, as I said earlier, ignorance of the law is no justification or excuse for not knowing the law of masculinity. And so until Will Smith changed the law of his mind, shout out to Mr. Palmer, he will continue to go through that negative cycle called disrespect and also despair. So he said, free will Pickett. Luke Cage says, like, she groomed him to be less than her right. And I think what it is, Luke Cage, I think she is jealous of Will Smith and his power. Guys, there are women that you're dealing with that will try to challenge you for your power in the relationship. And you don't need to be with such said women. You need to be with women that are going to be supporting you as you go through this maze called life. So the link has been dropped, guys. The link has been dropped. If anyone would like to cam up and have a conversation, let's do it. And in the meantime, guys, we're going to talk about something that's paramount. And this is the time of the show when we talk about.
This is the part of the show where we find solutions.
All right, guys, before we signed off, you guys have been awesome tonight. You guys have been awesome. I'm going to give everybody a round of applause. Shout out to Richie Mack. Shout out to the sponsors. Shout out to Luke Casley. All the beautiful ladies on the panel, Shalalemia, Chantelle Simone, the Exalted Lioness, to all the good brothers that have donated to the show. I'm very honored, man. I'm very appreciative of what you guys have done. As I tell you guys over and over again, content creation is a lot of work. It's very time consuming. It's very stressful and taxing because I do work a full-time job, but because I love you guys, I want to give you guys the best of the best. I put my heart into giving you guys the best content, and it's only going to get better in time. That's why I need you guys to share the content. So the solutions, the link has been dropped, the solutions, but if you guys don't give the solutions, I'm going to give the solutions, and then we're going to sign off and end the stream. So once again, thank you. The solutions are this. When you begin to love yourself, men, you won't continue to tolerate mediocrity and disrespect. When you begin to love yourself, men, you will do the essential work that's necessary to help you refortify the negativity that's been impacted in your mind. When you love yourself, men, you will not indignify yourself as a man when it comes down to modern women. Who's this, traditional versus modern? What's up, brother? How you doing?
What's going on? I'm good. It's been a minute. Wow.
How you doing, man? What's going on, dog?
I've been good, man. It's been a minute since our last our council session. That was
Yes,
awesome.
sir.
Good timing. So I just got home from the movies. Shout out to Sonic. That was a good movie. Sonic 2. But so first of all, I want to say thank you for reviewing that video. I actually heard that show on Thursday, and that was a good show. I mean, it was so clean, positive.
Which one is that? Chantelle?
Yeah, Chantelle Simone. Yeah, the one you just showed off the live what you did. She did a great job having a panel full of married women, and I think we need more conversation of that because
I totally agree.
I think we just have to have that example because, like you said, the remnant of women are not shown like that today in many circles or many shows, and we don't see a healthy conversation where people are being triggered by stuff in their past, and mothers and daughters are fighting for a man. It's like we don't hear that too much, and that's like conversation we need to talk about. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. You were married in the past, and I've asked the question before. What percentage of women do you feel are wife worthy and also wife ready, in your opinion?
A good question. I think 10 to 15%, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, man. Everybody's saying the same thing, man. It's almost like a consensus. The median is that some say it's less than 10%, some say 15%. You got some that are outliers that might say 20%, but more or less it's around that 10 to 15% range. And, you're a young man. You're working on yourself. You're doing good. You're a masculine man. You play football, I think you said, for North Dakota.
Yeah.
North Dakota. And do you aspire to get married again? But if you do, are you going to do it within America or are you going to travel abroad?
Good question. I thought about this a few times. Man, America is so tough right now with the way things are, and you really got to vet people really well. Like, you really want to understand a woman, and I talk to women all the time and say the same thing. I tell them, you have to understand, men are going to ask certain questions, even the ones that didn't work out. I tell them, you have to understand, if you're not putting the work in when they ask you certain questions, we're going to look at you sideways. And I'll be honest with you, first of all, with the weight thing, that's the one thing that's going to be out the gate. If you don't have that control on yourself, then you're gone. You're not going to get picked. But if you're not thinking about therapy and stuff, like I talked to a sister who was in a marriage that didn't work out. I understand the situation because she told me what happened. She told me she never had therapy for 3 years. I'm like, why haven't you gotten therapy yet? You know what I'm saying? Like I told her, that matters because that's gonna be looked at as that's an important matter to know your self-awareness, because you could be walking into a situation hurting another person, and now you're gonna repeat the cycle again. So I think the bigger questions are gonna come up more often because I think men are just gonna be sick of the same thing we're hearing. It's just like I could look at cooking as something as one of the things I always thought I would never get over, but I've thought about that cooking like side of women. Like, you can't cook, but are you willing to learn? Right. I will be willing to teach her. I'm a cook because I know how to do these things. But if she doesn't want to cook at all, then I just can't have that, because my kids got to have a mother that loves cooking, that wants to help the children learn how to eat healthy. Right. I can't do everything. It's too much, And I think the way things are in America, I'll tell you, culture is just, we gotta come together and talk about it and be honest with each other, like in a safe place. Like, talk about it and be open, because look, everybody's not gonna get married. Let's be real. Right. But the ones who want to be married, let's connect those people together, and we start these families for the legacy that they desire. Because I'll be honest with you, I've studied too much about what happened to my last relationship to repeat that cycle again. I'm not doing it, and I have no kids. So I know that's a bigger thing to say. I'm thankful not to have, because that could have been my case for 18 years and that would have been stuck with me, you know.
Right.
But at 29, about to be 30 this year. Look, I'm a serious person for marriage, and I tell ladies all the time, it's not for me to be mean or nobody. I'm just trying to understand who you are. I give my testimony because I'm a Christian first.
Yes, sir.
How I was raised as a parent, as a parent, a 2-parent home, because my parents are immigrants. I'm the first generation Christian from my family. I realized.
From Ghana?
Well, I was born here, first generation American, but mom is Ghanaian, dad is Liberian, West Africa. So, you know, and I'm mixed with like Nigerian and other stuff. But the thing is, I'm the first of that kind of my mom and dad's side. They never had that true Christian view from someone that's saved. And now with that on my shoulders, I have to understand I cannot let this pass by, what God did to me, to put that on something that's not true, to walk in the darkness. You know what I'm saying? It'd be for nothing. It'd be in vain. So I got to walk with a woman that understands the same thing. So you got to understand this family we're creating is for life. Right. We got to get that.
Well, the main thing is culture, man. And, you know, to the men that are serious about traditional relationships and marriages, you know, I get it. People say bringing a woman back to America is risky. Yes, it can be risky, but it depends on how well you vet her. It depends on if she's first or second generation or third generation. It depends on her faith. She got to be a woman of faith, a strong woman of faith, and you got to set strong parameters as a man. And so is it a risk? Yes, but you got to look at it based on the odds. I still say the odds are better with bringing a foreign woman back to America than finding a traditional woman here in America, sadly. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think we have to be honest with ourselves and see the results are still working. I mean, if it makes sense, and if it doesn't seem like it's not working, then we got to go with the probability. Is it something that's worth the risk? You know the saying is risky for the biscuit, right? So I think there's a lot of options. I think for women out of the country, it's a whole different world for them to come to America. They'd be so caught up in the lights and the scenery. It's just like, yo, don't fall for the glitter and gold. It's not real. It's not real. It's like they're looking at us like we the golden ticket. Like this country, I mean, we got too many issues. We cannot just sit there and believe that. They got to wake up sometimes out the country because they don't know what we're going through here, you know?
Right. And that's why I say it's so good for men, man, to know what their options are, man, and know what their worth is, you know? And I'm so glad that I'm being able to facilitate from a clinical perspective ways to help men become the best version of themselves. What did you get from the show, young man, and how was it beneficial for you overall?
You know, thinking critical, you know, and being way more self-aware. I think what this show is a Christian too. I think in the church, we need to really talk about these things. So I know a lot of Christian men, I'm not going to name nobody I know personally, but I just said like, they got to stop being so critical to the part of us not talk about this. We can't talk about not masculine things. Like we got to be masculine as men leading a church. Right. If we're going to be men of God, let's be the men of the Bible then as a standard. And let's walk in that every day so we can show the women in the church who don't know good men of God that we walk in that with scripture based on what they did already. But the problem, they don't ever forget about that. Like Moses stuttered, Peter lied. Right. I mean, they did things. They weren't perfect. They weren't perfect. Right. But the thing is he on his stuff? Is he paying his bills? Is he taking care of himself? Right? Is he a good person to people that he don't know, stranger wise? Does he tip his waiter? You know what I'm saying? Because it goes a long way to see these little cues, and women can see that. You'll know a man's on the right path. But for us as men, we have to put out more to get attention. So it's like, you know, we're fighting to get more of the person that we think we want. That, but the thing is, they don't know that we're the ones that got to protect you no matter what. But it's like, how much do we need to put out to make you believe we're the right men of God for you, or the brother for you, the man or whatever? You know what I'm saying? We got to show off more to get attention. So I don't know at this point. It seems like there's more we have to do to get that right. But I think the ones who understand are the ones who's going to get the man they desire for their first choice. Because if they're looking for more than just more money, it's like, I've asked this question to women. This is a good question I would think you should use in the future. I ask women this question: what do you desire more? Do you want more money from a man or time, or do you want more time or less money? So let me rephrase that first part. Do you want a man with less money and more time, or more money less time. And surprisingly, some people say less money, more time. And we need that time because family comes with times to create times and moments. You can never get that back.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. And sadly, traditional versus modern, a lot of are going to suffer the recompense of their era. And many are going to be singing that song by Teddy Pendergrass, The Whole World Is Laughing at Me. Silly fool. And they're going to be singing it because, they didn't take heed to what some of the wise women on the panel are saying and were saying, because times are getting tougher. Inflation is on the rise, and many are not going to be able to sustain themselves in these very turbulent times. Here in the Triangle right now, the RDU area, is becoming one of the most expensive places to live in the country. It's a great state. It's a beautiful city, the RDU area, the Raleigh-Durham Chapel Hill area, but it's getting very pricey. My house went from being around $160,000 to now almost $400,000. So houses are now shooting through the roof, man. And who's going to be able to afford that off one salary? Inflation is going up, but the salaries are not going up. But see, that's the lie that these liberals told a lot of our women, and they fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. And when the barbarians come, and they will come, you got a better chance of defending them with 2 people or 3 people fighting by your side than by yourself. And, just like some men say, some women want the ring and the prestige of marriage, but they don't come in with the heart of a servant. And that's why I tell men to keep up in their standards, like a young man like yourself. Richie Mack, you saw it. Richie Mack was talking about it. Man, you would be a star in another country. I'm surprised you're not dealing with the women in Ghana. I know you said they're becoming westernized too to some degree, but
it's sad because I realized in Ghana, I've attracted some women in Ghana online. I'm not gonna lie, but I've noticed the things they follow. It's like I look at their friend list and what they follow. It's like, do you believe in that stuff? Are you the Cardi B's, the Megan? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just the influence of culture from here is so toxic. It's like they accept it because over there it's like it seems possible to be that person now. It's like you could be a twerk team person like in another country. Like what? Like
right.
Come on, man.
It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. But listen, I'm gonna sign off, man. It's been a powerful stream, man. Good stream, good people. So honored for everybody. Everyone deserves a round of applause. Once again, thank you to Luke Hazley for being so kind and wonderful. Thank you for everyone, all the ladies, the lovely ladies that came on the chat, to all the brothers, Mr. Miles, to the other brother that donated. You guys were my sponsors. I really appreciate it. You guys, everybody that continue to contribute and help add clarity to these timely discussions. I'm very honored, and I really appreciate everything you guys do. And I want to tell you, young man, be encouraged. Greater is later. The world is yours. The only thing you got to do is believe it and claim it. Because I promise you, if you keep working on yourself, keep loving yourself, you're going to get the outcomes that you want. But you got to change the law in your mind first. Shout out to Mr. Palmer. Once you change the law in your mind, everything else, brother, is going to take care of itself. So shout out to you, man. We're going to sign off. It's been another great show, man. I love you, young man. You keep working hard. Let me know if you need me behind the scene again, man. And,
yes, sir.
And I'll see you, man. So take care of yourself, young man. Be good.
You too. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, sir. All right, guys. So we're about to sign off. And this has been another great show, another good stream. I can't believe it's been almost 4 hours, but I got to get to bed, man, and take my Geritol. Being funny. But I really appreciate it, guys, man. Remember, you have more power than you realize. Shout out to all the great women. Shout out to the women that are striving to learn, become better versions of themselves. I love you guys, and I need you guys to remember this. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. We're about to sign off. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the support. And if you don't have your mental health needs met, go get it taken care of. So we're signing off.
Are you a victim of brokenness and despair? A broken man is a hopeless man, and a hopeless man is a very dangerous man. Many times, many of you young men that are listening come from homes that are very toxic and very dysfunctional. And because of that, many of you have deferred your power in many ways to the point it's led over into your social life and many times led over into your relationships. If you guys are dealing with mental health pathologies, conscious and unconscious, come see me at kosherclinician@gmail.com. That's kosherclinician@gmail.com. It's important that you deal with your mental health in order to be a better person for yourself, your loved ones, and also your community. But because mental health is often stigmatized, many of you often suffer in silence. Don't be a victim in silence. And see me once again at kosherclinician@gmail.com. And I need you guys to remember this. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. There are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male. And male mental health is one of those elements that's paramount to the functioning of a man. Be well.
Remember those days, those L's, I couldn't sleep right now. I get paid, vacay, I'm staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need that energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me. When the truth don't work, you start telling lies. Thought you were down to ride, you weren't down to ride. Caught switching, you were picking sides. Don't blink, caught slipping like a slip and slide. I was shooting dice till I got a nosebleed. Money on the floor, can't get cold feet. Took an L, should've put it in the offering. Lord, forgive me for my sins, don't know of me. Scary thoughts, I got scary thoughts. Lost control, now I'm taking charge. Breaking bills, friends breaking off. You could be the youngest, I'm the dawn. Kiss the ring, nah. In the scene like GOT. Stay awake, don't sleep. Like Jon Snow, get R.I.P. Remember those days, those L's, I couldn't sleep right now. I get paid, vacay, I'm staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need that energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me. Just me, myself, and I'm my favorite threesome. The cars I drive by, I never lease them. They say if you can't beat them, then you join them. That's no option, I don't join, I always beat them. I was fake, you had to find me. Now I'm on beat, skating like I'm grinding. L hit me, said it's all about the timing. If you want the vision, get to spinning. My mama told me trust in God, it's never limits. Now I'm on the scoreboard, running up the digits. I put in work, you know I'm up to get it. Early bird gets the worm and the Yankee fitted. Like, whoa, bags under my eyes and you know. Won't complain, I'm tired, I'm on go. For that grip, 10 toes till they swole. For that grip, 10 toes till they swole. Remember those days, those L's, I couldn't sleep right now. I get paid, vacay, I'm staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need that energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me. I was starving, now I'm eating till my belly full. From up north, we get cold, you need a heavy coat. Scared to end up on a shirt before a centerfold. Devil on my back, target on me, belly too. Play for keys, don't tweet. It's not peace, don't speak. 24, no sleep. This is real, no tweet. My bros for life, can't break this link. Family on my side, baby stay around me. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want this. I'm all in my head, swear I'm a wreck. I've been moving like a hot mess. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want this. I'm all in my head, swear I'm a wreck. I've been moving like a hot mess. Want that combo, better know you'll need a check from me. Can pay to play, the sun and still won't get a cent from me. I mix the fit up with the sound like it's a remedy. I mix it up inside the pot, watch it drip while it drop. Time to take it to the top. Chips all in the middle like it fall, no I won't flop. We gon' pop like a soda can top. To me this is nothing, call my bluff and I won't stop when I flex. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I want the checks, yeah. I don't want the second, I want best. I want best, yeah. By any means, that's a triple threat. A triple threat. Yeah, this is getting bigger, I might flex. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want best. I'm all in my head, swear I'm a wreck. I've been moving like a hot mess. I don't want no combo, I want checks. I don't want the second, I want best. I'm all in my head, swear I'm a wreck. I've been moving like a hot mess. I hit recorded drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finished friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep, these no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a peak, bro. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like that money clip us now, the new now looks like upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip, neighborhood be the name, neighborhood no crib, neighborhood that's me, neighborhood that's Nick, neighborhood do the dance, neighborhood do the deal. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way, I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, don't no say. Okay, this the new, tell them read it. Been the one since the fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like that money clip us now, the new now looks like upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like I press the button and the doors go off like that money clip us now, the new now looks like upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like tunnel vision when I hit the holly. Working on that cause my mind is on an island. Told my babies I'll be homeless, so don't stay up. Breaks my heart to see them sad, so I won't wait up. Need it all that's mine, I need it now. I lost my patience the same week I lost my smile. My baby pressed me, said I'm acting like a child. I took some L's, can lie, that really brought me down. I'm so antisocial, but I guess it's type selective. Swear I make a change, but for now I just can't help it. Only trusting God in these cars that I've been dealt with. I'ma do my job, time to grind, time to know. They know, 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 they know. Pedal to the metal, they know. Going and I won't let up, they know. So I'm fed up, they know. Stay for the record, they know. They know, they know, they know. Yeah, they know. Pedal to the metal, they know. I'm not so I'm fed up, they know. Why you never sign? You sign when you go live. Stuck inside that bubble, never ever go outside. You don't know you know computers, you're a tech guy. Back against a wall, you gon' fall or you gon' ride. I feel the pressure, foot to the pedal. My dogs, they fed up, my squad won't let up. Those sneakers, CDG, hot on step on. My money, yoga, the weight is stretch on. I change locations to change the weather. Know when that rain come, got my umbrella. And when my day come, my name gon' stay up. Yeah, I know, I know, I know. Pedal to the metal, they know. Gone and I won't let up, they know. I'm not so I'm fed up, they know. Say it for the record, they know. They know, they know, they know. Yeah, they know. Pedal to the metal, they know. I'm not so I'm fed up, they know.